take the red pill, you stay in Wonderland, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole.
Biden claims to support American manufacturing, but in reality he's pushing the same pro-China globalist agenda that ripped the industrial heart out of our country. It ripped us apart. Biden and the globalists support raising taxes on American production. They support more crippling regulations killing American jobs. They support skyrocketing domestic energy costs. And they support massive anti-American multinational agreements that send our wealth and factories overseas. Very simply, the Biden agenda taxes America to build up China. China is the big beneficiary. We cannot let that happen. And just a couple of years ago, it wasn't happening. China paid to the United States hundreds of billions of dollars, and no other president got 10 cents, legitimately 10 cents from China. My agenda will tax China to build up America. The heart of my vision is a sweeping pro-American overhaul of our tax and trade policy to move from the Biden system that punishes domestic producers and rewards outsourcers to a system that rewards domestic production and taxes foreign companies and those who export American jobs. They will be rewarded and rewarded greatly. The country will benefit. To achieve this goal, we will phase in a system of universal baseline tariffs on most foreign products. On top of this, higher tariffs will increase incrementally depending on how much individual foreign countries devalue their currency. They devalue their currency to take advantage of the United States, and they subsidize their industries, otherwise engage in trade cheating and abuse, and they do it now like never before, and we had it largely stopped, and it was going to be stopped completely within less than a year. As tariffs on foreign producers go up, taxes on American producers will go down.
You take the red pill,
very substantially.
you stay in Wonderland,
There's a lot of jobs coming in.
and I show
Not
you
only
how
will
deep
this
the
system
rabbit hole.
end our gaping trade deficits, and they are massive right now, and bring back millions of American jobs, it will also bring trillions and trillions of dollars pouring into the United States Treasury from foreign countries and allow us to invest that money in American workers, American families, and American communities. This plan will be the linchpin of a new strategic national manufacturing initiative that builds on my historic success in ending NAFTA, which was a tremendous thing, a tremendous achievement. Nobody thought it could be done. And we did USMCA, US, Mexico, Canada, and it was an incredible thing. But we're also going to end other unfair trade deals, and we'll end them quickly. In addition, as a matter of both economic and national security, I will implement a bold series of reforms to completely eliminate dependence on China in all critical areas. We will revoke China's most favored nation trade status and adopt a 4-year plan to phase out all Chinese imports of essential goods, everything from to steel to pharmaceuticals. This will include strong protections to ensure China cannot circumvent restrictions by passing goods through conduit countries that don't make a product, but all of a sudden they're selling a lot of product. It comes right through China, right out of China, and right into our country. We will also adopt new rules to stop U.S. companies from pouring investments into China and to stop China from buying up America, allowing all of those investments that clearly serve American interests. We're not going to allow bad things to happen to our country anymore. And we will eliminate federal contracts for any company that outsources to China. Biden will never get the job done. He is weak on China because the corrupt Biden family has received millions and millions of dollars from entities tied to the Chinese Communist Party. Everybody knows that. They try and hide it, and the fake news doesn't want to talk about it. Biden's pro-China economic program puts America last, and it's killing our country. My cutting-edge trade agenda will revitalize our economy by once again putting America first. And by the way, we'll get along very well with China. And you know what the reason is? They'll respect us again like they did just 2 years ago, we will quickly become a manufacturing powerhouse like the world has never seen before. Thank you very much.
Let's go, Trump. Let's go. Calling out the globalists. Calling out Joe Biden. Sleepy Joe. It's heating up, guys. It's 2023. It's February 2023. This time next year, we're going to be planning to vote. The world's going crazy, y'all. Just give me one moment.
You take the blue pill, the story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want. You take the red pill, you stay in Wonderland.
All right, guys.
I'll show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
We're about to start the show. What's up, everybody? Starting in just a moment. All right, guys. We're about to pull it in. Pull it in. What's good? Lord, they sizzle on the beat. Bass sizzle now. What's up, everybody? The music's loud. Let me take it down a notch. Song's about to end. How's everybody doing tonight? What's up, Stephen Will, Chris Hurt, Lord Bibby, Robbie? How's everybody doing tonight? It's Monday night, kicking the week off right. My name is Josh. I am the Dreaded Conservative. Josh. My name is Josh. JS Urban Adventures is the channel. Dreaded Conservative is the show. Tonight, I don't have a whole lot. I've been slacking. I've been working a lot lately, guys. I didn't even take a shower before the show last week and this week. The first 2 weeks of the show, I didn't take a shower. I got paint in my fingernails. I got drywall in my hair. So, we're just going to have a chill show. I worked yesterday, so I wasn't even able to take... Usually, I don't work on the Sabbath, on Sunday. I'm just kidding. It's not because I consider it the Sabbath. I do think you should have a day of rest. Honor the Sabbath, yes. But it doesn't have to be on Sunday or Saturday. It could be whatever day of the week. These are names of Greek gods for a Gregorian calendar that didn't come around for thousands of years after those stone tablets were written on and given to Moses. So I don't think, when God made Adam and Eve in the garden, I don't think it was like, should I rest on Saturday or Sunday or Friday or Monday, naming a bunch of Greek gods. How about no? It's whatever day, just rest. You need a day rest, Sounds right. But there's no rest for the weary. There's no rest for men. We got to keep working. We got to sweat from our brows. So that's what I've been doing. But it's the last show of Black History Month, guys. So for Black History Month, I'm going to show some respect to, in my opinion, and in Colin Flaherty's opinion, rest in peace. In my opinion and his opinion, the greatest black man in America today, living. We'll get to that in a second. Take a wild guess who it is, guys. But then we're going to go on to Trump visiting. More stuff from Ohio. More about the train going down. Trump finally, well, not finally. Trump didn't even need to go out there. But Trump got out there. And then Biden and Edge show up finally after Trump. So that's interesting. We'll look at that. We'll look at some of Sav Hernandez's clips from going out to Ohio and talking to Edge. And then there's news. It's kind of like 2 weeks old now, and the big drop that was supposed to happen never really came. So we're going to talk about, I was kind of waiting, or I found out about it late, but there was supposedly supposed to be some new flight log drops. I'm not going to say the name yet because we're still, well, no, I did the opening scene. So we're past the first, how long we've been going? 42 minutes. That's not right. Well, once we're past a certain point in the show, I'll say his name. But for now, we're just going to talk about some flight logs and some presidents, the Clintons. We could talk about the Clintons, how amazing they were at running the country and stacking bodies. And then we'll get into memes, reels, rapid fire, all the regular stuff. We'll talk about Lent. Lent is ending. Black History Month is ending. So first, let's get into this. This is the last day of Black History Month. We're going to show some honor to the greatest living black man in America today. Uniting the nation with truth instead of dividing them with lies. Rebuilding the family by rebuilding the man. Let's look at an old clip from the boy, Jesse Lee Peterson.
In some serious trouble. So when it was my time to speak, I said,
this is when a meeting was called to talk about bail reform in California. This is Jesse Lee Peterson, born on a plantation in Alabama under the Jim Crow laws. He is not an African American. There is not African drums playing in his heart. The American guitar is playing. He doesn't have an afro. He has an Amerifro. Jesse Lee Peterson. This is him talking about bail reform, and then we'll go through a little of his life and stuff like that. Most people in my chat already know, but for those watching who don't know, you probably should.
That this guy, Hirschberg, what's his name, James? I said, Paul.
My name is Reverend Jesse Lee Peterson, and I am founder and president of Bond, the Brotherhood's organization of a new destiny, and our purpose is to rebuild the family by rebuilding the man. We're a national organization. I'm also a radio and talk show host. I work with black men and women and children all the time for the last 27 years. I live in a community. And to come up with SB 10 is absolutely insane. And I do want to say first that Senator Hirschberg and the sponsors of this bill hate black people. They hate black women. They hate black children because these people are not going to live. These people are not going to live in these communities.
Stick with the merits of the bill, please.
All right. The sponsors of these bills,
Happy Black History Month, y'all.
bill do not live in those communities. There are innocent black mothers and children.
SB 10
who
is
are
a bail
dying
reform bill in California some years back.
They are overpopulated by criminals who are already in their community. I'm working with a woman right now. Her daughter was raped, a black single mother. Her daughter was raped. Her house has been robbed. The criminals are walking down the neighborhood, and they are afraid to report it to the police because they know that these criminals are going to come after them because they're in and out of jail already. And to get rid of the bond says that you, sir, don't respect black people. You don't live in those communities.
I'm gonna cut you off. I'm gonna cut you
sir,
off.
I want to say.
He ain't gonna cut off.
You
Yeah,
off
mute.
right now. One, because you don't
know,
have
but
a
let
whole
me
lot
just
of time.
say
You have
this.
4 minutes left. I want to make sure the others.
He has
could
4
you
minutes
wrap
left?
up in 15 seconds right now.
Our community are already afraid to report criminals. Criminal activity is out of control. Black women are being robbed.
Black women are being robbed, murdered, and
every day.
raped.
I have a sister who was raped.
Okay.
She won't report it.
Okay,
because the criminals are on the streets.
Is that your final statement?
Get rid of the bail
Okay, thank you.
without accountability.
Thank you, sir.
Insane, and we cannot.
Thank you, sir.
And I beg you.
All right, that's that. And they throw him out. But yeah, Jesse Peterson, he runs a radio show. He grew up in Alabama on a plantation under the Jim Crow laws, famous for saying that racism does not exist. White supremacy doesn't exist. And it's true. He was the first person that I heard say that, and it opened my mind to that oh man, really, this isn't about skin color. This is just about dumb people and angry, hateful people. Like, it's really not about the skin color, because no kid is born racist. You know, a child is not going to recoil from the hands of a black doctor, a white child. This is just, nobody's predisposed to be racist. It's their environment. It's things that are taught to them, and it's anger that's put on them, usually by their parents. So he opened my eyes to that. And anyway, we got the Wikipedia article, but I don't really need the Wikipedia article. I could tell you, Jesse got personal there. He tore him up. He was ready to go. But yeah. So Alabama, then Indiana, then he went out to California. He started Bond, the Brotherhood Organization of a New Destiny, and originally the motto of it, which this isn't in the Wikipedia article, but originally the motto of it was rebuilding the black family by rebuilding the black man, and his focus was on mainly black men and the black problem in America. He worked with Democrats and unions and organized and went to activist things for not for Black Panthers, but he was active with some union stuff. I can't remember what he said, but anyway, he started Bond, and it was a religious. It says right here, a religious nonprofit, got backed by Sean Hannity and Dennis Prager. So he's got some big names behind him. He was on Fox. He's written 4 books. The Antidote, Healing America from the Poison of Hate, Blame, and Victimhood, From Rage to Responsibility, and then 2 others I can't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, great dude. As far as Black History Month, this is the sort of guy that, young black men should be looking at. But, the hit pieces come, the hate comes, and people who don't understand, and they hate seeing somebody do something good. So, they'll say he's this or that or the other, bunch of insults and throw them at him. And because he's a conservative, because black people, really would be conservative if they weren't tricked by Democrats into being Democrat because of free stuff. Because he's conservative, and because he's connected to these names like Sean Hannity, Dennis Prager, a huge Trump supporter. This is funny. From 1999 to 2004, Peterson chose Martin Luther King Jr. Day to hold National Day of Repudiation of Jesse Jackson to highlight his opposition to Jackson, who was near King when he was assassinated. Yeah, base. Like, he calls out the evil ones, and he says a lot of stuff, talking to young black men that doesn't apply to me, but then it does apply to me. And that's why they changed the motto to rebuilding the family by rebuilding the man, I would guess, because he realized, oh, this applies to every man. This is like just basic truth. And yeah, he's based. He's got a home for young men, a credit union for young men whose mom was messed up, they credit in the hood. using their name for credit lines and whatnot. Spoken out against Kwanzaa and Black History Month. He talks about the fat black radical lesbians of Black Lives Matter, which is exactly what they are, Marxists, radical Marxists, And so yeah, if you go to Wikipedia and you read this, it's probably a giant hit piece. But that's just because he's a conservative and he makes sense. He says what's true and people hate it. So yes, for the last day of Black History Month, the most important man, and Colin Flaherty said this as well as me. He said it first. He's dead. Rest in peace. The most important black man living in America today is this guy right here, Jesse Lee Peterson. So happy Black History Month, everybody. Now let's move on. Let's get into the news. That's the end of Black History Month. Let's talk about this Ohio train stuff. Still in the news. I'm not going to put too much time into it. We've got some updates. Basically, the cause of it points to overheated wheel bearings from NBC News. The preventable and traumatic derailment of the train carrying dangerous chemicals in Ohio can be traced to an overheated wheel bearing, which was 253 degrees hotter than the air temperature. National Transportation Safety Board officials said Thursday. If we're to believe that, then that's the reason they're giving. So I'm not really gonna question it. You're a hypocrite, Freddie. Your whole life is a hypocrite. The NTSB released a preliminary report offering clues about what most likely caused the 150 car. So overheated wheel bearing. I'm not gonna spend too much time looking at this. Is like it's old news, but took nearly 3 weeks for Boot Edge, Mr. Transportation Guy, to get out there and check it out. So we've got Trump went out there.
Hey guys,
Trump talked to him. I'm not going to play Trump's video. We'll read from the AP. Donald Trump on Wednesday criticized the federal response to the toxic train derailment in East Palestine. Oh, Palestine. Everybody says Palestine. I guess it's Palestine. As a betrayal during the visit to the village where residents and local leaders are increasingly frustrated more than 2 weeks after the disaster. The former president, who is mounting a third bid for the White House, he ran earlier. Wore his trademark red Make America Great Again cap, as he said the community needs answers and results, not excuses. Where's my, I'm not going to read this, but Trump went out there. I have some shorts. Trump went out to McDonald's, handing out the hats. Handing out the hats at McDonald's. Let me open up my shorts real quick. I'll just play my own stuff. Your channel. So let's see what Trump handing out some hats at the McDonald's.
What's your specialty today?
How are you today? Nice to meet you.
Hello, everybody. That's a nice, beautiful looking group of people. So I know this menu better than you do, okay? I probably know it better than anybody in here. We're going to take care of the fire department.
Okay.
We're going to take care of the police department. And what we do is all the people that are eating.
Mr. President, how are you?
I don't have to give him.
That's right.
You got no business saying what Christ said, Freddie.
Take a look. This is a guy I like.
Giving out hats. We got Trump taking pictures with this young man, giving out hats. He knows the menu better than everybody. He knows the menu better than everybody, guys. I mean, it's just honest, just facts. Talks about boot edge not showing it.
Criticism of you pulling back rail regulations. Do you think it would have made
No,
a
it had
difference?
nothing to do with it. That had nothing to do. No, he's got to work on the airports. We've never had airports like this. We're like a third world nation, and this is an example of the breakdowns. All breakdown. Our whole country is breaking down, and he's really got to look at the airports because I have people that are taking planes and they're delayed. They're waiting at an airport for 3 days. It's crazy what's happening.
Are you shocked he hasn't come here yet?
Oh, he should have been here a long time ago. Boot edge.
Boot edge.
Boot edge. That's the way.
That's the way.
He's been here a long time ago. Now, he was supposed to come today, but he heard I was coming today, and he postponed it. But whenever...
All right, so boot edge. Took a long time to get out there. NPR, of course, and AP, all hit pieces. In East Palestine, who shows up isn't necessarily a sign of who's helping. Whatever, East Palestine. There have been 2 train wrecks in East Palestine, Ohio. One I'm sure they're going to blame him and his whatever infrastructure bills or something. But, Biden's done a lot of infrastructure bills, and I haven't seen much come from it. a train derailment and we know about this. Political, as President Biden took what was, by all accounts, a daring trip to Ukraine as Russia's war on the country was heading towards its 1-year anniversary. Republicans were criticizing Biden for going there instead of East Palestine, seeing a political opportunity for, God, they twist everything. And these are media sources that claim to be non-biased. AP, NPR, they're so biased the way they write. Just as Biden took a daring trip to Ukraine, people criticized it. But Trump just saw a political opportunity. So Trump was just going there for a little photo op. Former President Donald Trump, and which he may have been, but if he becomes president, I bet you he'll do more to help them than Biden's doing. And a cadre of other conservatives descended on the small town. Oh, so I guess they're saying Trump imported like when Soros and stuff imports protesters for BLM riots and Antifa riots and stuff like that. They're kind of trying to imply that Trump is importing in conservative supporters of his into small town America. Listen, he doesn't have to do that. They just show up. They will show up. He'll pack a stadium wherever right now. I think he's proven that. He doesn't have to pay people. Now, maybe they will organize the seating arrangement to have, certain groups behind him. I get that for the optics, but he doesn't have to pay people to come out to his dang rallies. People are coming. He talked about his Trump branded water. That was epic, bro. That was based. But meanwhile, Buttigieg and Biden are not going out there. Let's look at this clip that I made, or this clip from Wall Street Journal, and we'll see what it was like when Trump showed up. His cadre.
President Trump came to East Palestine
from Wall Street Journal,
where he met with the mayor of East Palestine and J.D. Vance, the senator from Ohio. Trump got a really positive reception here in East Palestine, I would say.
What's up, ladies? Buenas tardes.
We have told you loud and clear, you are not forgotten. You are not forgotten. We stand with you, we pray for you, and we will stay with you in your fight to help answer, and the accountability that you deserve. We'll have that accountability. It'll all be out there very clearly.
It's been more than 2 weeks now.
Yeah,
since the
it's been a long time.
Occurred on February 3rd. They've been testing the air, they've been testing the water.
This is finally kind of starting to fall out of the news cycle, but this is from earlier in the week. It was still
thousands of bottles of water, Trump water.
It's still a big deal earlier in the week because Buttigieg, Biden, and Trump all showed up in the same week.
Much lesser quality water.
Did Biden even go there yet? I don't even know if Biden went there yet.
I think more than anybody else.
I think he did.
From the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency and from the state of Ohio have done water and air monitoring, and they've said that the water from the municipal authority in East Palestine is safe to drink.
This village water is safe. How do we know that? We know that because it has been tested.
So on Thursday, Pete Buttigieg, the transportation secretary, is scheduled to come to East Palestine. One thing that former President Trump also said was that people here in East Palestine deserve answers. And I think that's a message that really resonates here because there's just so much concern about what chemicals were released, and any potential health impact.
Yeah. So, anyway, we've been talking about this. Hopefully next week it'll be resolved. Maybe we don't need to talk about it much next week. But let's watch Sav Hernandez. I'm going to skip through this a little bit, but we'll check this out. She went out there.
Hey, y'all, this is Savannah Hernandez on the ground in East Palestine. To what we're seeing as former President Donald Trump is set to visit the town later on today. Now, what you're seeing behind me seems to be people who are testing the waters of the area. The air and the water is safe. However, there's an extremely
I've seen those guys in other videos too.
And as you guys can see behind me, we're in a neighborhood. People still live in this area. We're seeing these water pumps all around the city. We've been walking around. We've been here for about 30 minutes. We're consistently seeing this. We're seeing a lot of these crews in the river. I was actually watching these guys wade through, and you can see the chemical sheen on the surface of the water.
All right.
I was also speaking to a local.
So she's just talking about we talked about the water and the toxic air last week. So she talks about that, but we know, yeah, it's somebody's messing with the cloud machine too. So that's not gonna help. I'm sure everybody's gonna feel repercussions from this. But let's look at where she talked to Buttigieg. First, his little, I don't know what she's called, his publicist or whatever lady. Then she talks to Buttigieg himself. He doesn't really answer any questions though.
Mayor Pete, why did it take you an entire 2.5 weeks to actually get here to respond to?
Okay, my bad. First she talks. Here comes the publicist lady right here, or the media lady, and she does not handle this properly as a media personnel should. By the way, as you're about to see.
Will you apologize to the residents of this?
Look, intercept, lady. Intercept.
The slow response to the government's slow response. Do you have any apology? I'm his press person. I can help you.
I'm his press person. I can help you. You're just some random chick. You don't know nothing.
Sure. So can we ask?
There, that's how I know you're not the press person, dumbass. Of course you're not the press. What press person walks up to a reporter with a camera and says, "I'm the press person. Oh, I don't want to be on camera while I'm in public in a parking lot." Haven't you ever seen a First Amendment audit? Of course you're about to be on camera. What the hell? You are not a press person.
Almost 3 weeks to get here.
Damn lie. She a damn lie. That is not a press person. You don't know nothing about the press. Press season. I'm gonna stop. She's mildly attractive. I press these. I'm not gonna say it. Press D's.
And can we also ask too why he waited until President Donald Trump came here to actually make an appearance? This is a very important question that people across America.
You're not a press person. You have never been on a camera and answered questions before. You are like a deer in the headlights right now, lady.
I would like to know.
I'm happy to have a conversation with you. I do not want to be on camera.
Well,
Please put your cameras away.
You're on like 8 cameras right now.
I'm sorry, we're on a public area, so we are allowed as press.
I'm sorry. Have you ever heard of the First Amendment? You dumb beat.
You guys, I would like you guys to turn your cameras off.
You're not on my camera.
Well, I'm on a camera. I would like your cameras to be off, and then I'm happy to talk to you guys.
Well, if you're the press secretary of the Secretary of the Department of Transportation, don't you think you should be able to ask questions from the American public that you serve?
Absolutely. I would like to do it without the camera on.
Can I ask why?
I think that is a little bit aggressive.
Aggressive? Aggressive? This must be her first day. This is her first day.
Aggressive. I'm on behalf of the American people, I'm just asking why he has not been here until Donald Trump.
She said, "I'm his press person." She came up and intercepted the reporters with cameras and microphones, and she said, "I'm his press person. I'll talk to you, but turn the cameras off while we're in a public place at a government building." What are you talking about, Frederick? Shut up.
Several times for them to turn the cameras off, and they will not do it.
Has been able to walk away. Would you like to go inside? I do not. I will walk this way.
Can I ask what the secretary is going to do with the picture of Jenny?
The cop knew what was up, and that was I think that was a woman cop. She was a big girl though, but I think that was a woman cop. She knew what was up. The guy's like, she's asked 3 times for her to turn the cameras off, and the cop's like, so what? She can walk away whenever she wants. Do you want to come inside, Miss Camera Lady, or do you you can't. You walked up to the camera person. You intercepted them for boot edge. You just jammed yourself up in there. And then you said, "I'm his press person. I'll answer questions. But don't put me on the camera." You dumb. All right, I got to calm down. It's just the beginning of the show. The mildly attractive strikes again. Yo, Sav is more than mildly attractive, okay? But this chick is just mildly attractive. She actually is mildly attractive. I hit. No, I'm kidding.
You all have your cameras on. I can see them. You guys, I'm happy to have this conversation.
All right, y'all. So we are with the press secretary for Pete Buttigieg, and right now we are being told.
It is appropriate. This is perfectly appropriate. If you're the Pete Buttigieg's press person, then you should be prepared for this every moment of every day that you're with him. What are you talking about? This is not appropriate. This is amazing.
We are not supposed to be filming. Again, we are here on behalf of the American public because we would like to have the conversation and we would like to ask the question as to why, again, it took almost 3 weeks for Pete Buttigieg to be here on
Sad showing her balls. Sad just whipped her balls out and just teabagged that lady.
the ground. He waited until Donald Trump came here to actually be here and speak to residents. The people here have been quite tight-knit about
Let's
when we
go.
can ask questions. And again, we're here on behalf of the American public, and we wish we could be able to ask these questions.
What do you say to residents who say...
Buttigieg!
I say that we're with residents right now. And, we're going to be here before, as we were in the first hours.
Is that Kobe Bryant? Oh, Kobe Bryant died. Rest in peace. Is that a basketball player with him?
Well, we're saying it's too little too late because it took you 3 weeks.
Look at this guy. He's on something. Hold up.
I say that we're with residents right now. And, we're going to be here before, as we were in the first hours.
Why did it take you 3 weeks then,
Can I
Buttigieg?
finish my answer to the first?
Well, we're saying it's too little too late because it took you 3 weeks to get here, and then you used the
I'm
excuse
answering the
that it
question
was,
that was
there's
just
1,000 train derailments in the USA every single year.
Yo, look at how racially, ethnically diverse Pete Buttigieg's security crew is. Look at this. Hold up. We got this guy, this guy, this guy, and this guy. They're all mostly bald, looking like this guy looking like a Fed as a mug. But then other than this chunky white Fed, right? Oh, you guys can't see it because my face camera's in the way. Hold up. This guy, Uncle Fester, looking at this guy, then this guy, then this guy. He's got a Kobe Bryant lookalike. He's got chunky Uncle Fester here. And then he's got Freddie and Freddie's boy over here. He's got the damn Scorpion unit as his security plus one white guy Fed. Let's check this out.
Well, we're saying it's too little too late because it took you 3 weeks to get here, and then you used the excuse that it was, there's 1,000 train derailments in the USA.
She's not Asian, Dean. She's Mexican.
Every single year. Is that okay to you as the Department
I can't tell
of
what the question is, but I'm on my way to answer a lot of
the question is, do you think that you've done
right
a good
now.
job as the Secretary of the Department of Transportation?
Yes, I'm proud of what...
He got the whole LA Lakers team as his security squad. That's progress. Yeah. Or not Dean, that's Stephen Will said that. That's Savannah Hernandez. She's Hispanic. She's a Latina. She's not Asian. She do look kind of Asian though. Anyway. So that's her footage of that. Seen in East Palestine, Buttigieg, Giuliani, and a total political circus from Politico. It's from Politico. The partisan fracas over February 3rd derailment has drawn politicians, national media, and a TikTok broadcaster to eastern Ohio. It hasn't eased residents' worries. Pete Buttigieg rolled into this deep Republican village in his government-issued SUV on Thursday, looking to address the public uproar over this month's toxic train wreck. Took him long enough. Former President Donald Trump visited with pallets of with self-branded Trump water and seeking to energize his 2024 campaign. People living in East Palestine said they were unsure about many things, whether water was safe to drink or remain in their home, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so he finally made it out there. But that's about it for that story. I think that's all I got on that story. I'm not going to read these whole articles. It's time to move on. I think we got to move on from this story eventually. But the next story comes from a couple weeks ago. So Rolling Stone and one other site, no, it was Daily Mail. It was Daily Mail, and I don't have the original article. Maybe I do. Do I have it right here? Okay. I don't have the original article from Daily Mail, but they said that there was going to be a data drop. Oh, I do have it right here. Okay. So first we're going to look at an older article as like a lead in, but we're about to talk about the Epstein flight logs, the Lolita Express. The flight logs, where are they? Are they ever going to be released? Probably not. Not a real one, at least. They're not going to tell you the truth. The names are going to be scrubbed off. Any names that are really, really powerful. There's going to be some Ponzi's. There's going to be some people who are going to get thrown under the bus, as we're about to see right now. Probably B-list celebrities. Hola, run on your business and LJ and Butch. But we're going to talk about the Lolita Express. So first, I'm going to show you an article from Business Insider from like 2 years ago, November 29th, 2021. And we're going to see that there was actually a lot of information has leaked about these things. But before we go into the newest news, which is actually like 2 weeks ago now, there's supposed to be a new data drop. And it hasn't happened yet. They hinted at it like 2 weeks ago, 11 days ago, 12 days ago now. And it hasn't happened yet. The Quartering reported on it. I think Tim Pool talked about it. It hasn't dropped yet. But it seems like it may be because all the fact checks are hitting. We're getting a lot of fact checks regarding Epstein popping up in Newsweek and PolitiFact and Snopes and things like this. And a Clinton aide was recently suicided themselves. I'm not sure. We'll look at the official story of the Clinton aide that suicided themselves. But first, let's look into this old Business Insider article from November 29, 2021. The FAA accidentally disclosed more than 2,000 flight records associated with Jeffrey Epstein's private jets. Insider requested all flight history data associated with 4 planes owned by Jeffrey Epstein. The FAA rejected the request, but later provided the records in response to an unrelated request. So they said no due to this, but then later, due to an unrelated request, they accidentally let the records slip out. The new FAA records include hundreds of previously unknown flights made by Epstein's jets. They corroborated insiders' reporting on Epstein's travel patterns as documented in court records and flight signal data. A searchable database now contains 2,618 flights made by Epstein's private jets from 1995 to July 6 of 2019. In January 2020, Insider asked the Federal Aviation Administration for all agencies' flight records, including departure and arrival data associated. Well, I just read all the pinpoints, so we're just going to go through the data now that they have. 704 previously unknown flights taken by Epstein's planes. These included hundreds of trips from a 3-year gap in public record from 2013 to 2016 when the jet's movements were unaccounted for. So here's the years 1995 to 2019. The darker color being higher frequency of flights, upwards of 17 flights for these dark red squares, almost like a burgundy, dark brown. And then the pink ones, 5 or less flights. So, we see he was very busy in the 2001 to 2004 time period. Interesting. 2005 also. 2001, 2005, he was very busy. Slowed down a lot in 2009. What's that? The second year after Obama was in? That's interesting. Wow. In 2009, there were some months where it didn't do anything. That's interesting. 2019, it also slowed down quite a bit. 2009 and 2019, most highest frequency of flights based off just this quick analysis. I'd say 2001 to 2007 was a busy time for our boy Epstein. 2015, 16, and 18 are also up there. 13 was up there. But really, this time period from 2001, specifically 2001 to 2005, this 4-year period right here, 5-year period, he was quite busy. So let's keep going. Here, the flight paths, a lot of New York flights, Florida. Looks like, is this where the island is? The Virgin Islands. in Paris, France. He went to France a lot. That makes sense. The sexual degenerate capital of the world. Palm Beach, Florida, and in Los Angeles. Or that's not Palm Beach. That's Vegas. Vegas, Los Angeles, Palm Beach, New York, Virgin Islands, and Paris. Those were his main go-to spots. Intriguing. Okay, let's keep going. We got a little more. I thought there was one more. Diagram. Nope, I guess there's not. But anyway, this is old news. This is old news. This is from when this first happened, right? So let's look at the Daily Mail's report. Exclusive, naming the names final batch of documents containing salacious allegations related to Jeffrey Epstein associates, including Prince Andrew, will finally be made public after dozens of John and Jane Does agree to unsealing. Oh, okay. You don't have to make it gender specific, Daily Mail. You could just say dozens of John Does to make it that makes it hard. Okay, anyway. Grammar, reading critique. Wow. That's hard to read. Will finally be made public after dozens of John Does agree to unsealing. DailyMail.com can reveal the last of the sealed court documents related to 167 of Epstein's associates will finally be made public. The papers refer to alleged perpetrators or individuals accused of serious wrongdoing. The final batch of court documents containing salacious, I just read that. Prince Andrew's on the list, who is accused of having sex with Epstein victim Virginia Roberts when she was 17, and Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz are understood to be among the individuals mentioned in the papers. We got some pictures here. Other high-profile men who have been associated with the pedophile include Bill Gates, Donald Trump, and Bill Clinton, though it is unclear if they will be mentioned. The documents represent the last of the sealed material to be made public as part of a years-long process that has been rumbling through federal court in New York since before Epstein apparently killed himself. Echo, you got to get out from under there. Get out. Apparently killed himself in 2019 while awaiting trial for sex trafficking charges. The material was first filed in a defamation case brought by Roberts in 2015 against Ghislaine Maxwell, who is now serving 20 years in prison for sex trafficking and recruiting minors for Epstein. 20 years in prison. Chauvin got 22 years, guys, just so you know. Derek Chauvin got 22 years in prison. Ghislaine Maxwell got 20 years in prison, okay? Just want you to understand that. So, interesting, I already read the hot takes from it. But so this drops I think 12 days ago now. George Soros, Clinton, Podesta, Bill Gates, Donald Trump, let me in now. Bill Gates, Donald Trump, let me in now, friend now. I got money to let my friends have a beer now. I got under the pins and a win now. Think I don't know no hip hop. There, Jeff Hewitt. That's Nelly. But anyway, so 12 days ago, Daily Mail lets this drop, and then we start seeing the fact checks. Fact checks start hitting the fan. Fact check. Did Bill Gates visit Epstein Island 37 times? Further details about the late Jeffrey Epstein are set to be released, according to reports that claim court documents will reveal at least one public figure associated with the disgraced financial year. A final set of papers from 2015 lawsuit made by Virginia Giuffre against Epstein's fixer, Ghislaine Maxwell, are to be published, according to a recent report by the Daily Mail, reigniting years of rumors that have followed the financier's death. Yeah, well, there wouldn't be rumors if you would just come out with the information. If you didn't have to take 20 years to declassify crap because the government was involved with it. If you would just tell us the truth and do your jobs as journalists and not you have these fact checkers who are going to say, oh, this is just rumors that are being spread. It's a bunch of nonsense. Just drop the info. Just dump the files. The people will be able to handle it. It's not the people they're worried about. It's the people whose names are on the list. The news has led to a series of claims attached to famous names, including Microsoft co-founder Bill Gates. This is Newsweek fact check, by the way. YouTube, I'm fact checking. I'm fact checking this Daily Mail nonsense. We're going to make sure we fact check this. Where's it? I don't even like Newsweek's fact checks because they make you read instead of just saying false. That's a joke. Bill Gates has previously been associated with Jeffrey Epstein. The billionaire has acknowledged that he shouldn't have had dinners with him, while his ex-wife Melinda French Gates said her name is French and they go to France a lot. That's funny. Said the business technology magnate's relationship with Epstein played a role in their divorce. However, the claim that Gates visited Epstein's private island in the U.S. Virgin Islands 37 times has not been substantiated yet because we haven't got the information yet. You don't know any more than we know, Newsweek, or you do and you're covering it up. Crucially, the flight logs that detail the use of Epstein's private plane, including their destinations, do not show that Bill Gates ever visited the island, let alone on 37 separate occasions. The logs... Excuse me. Need some water. The logs, according to a 2019 New York Times report, state that while Gates met Epstein a number of times, he only flew on the plane from Teterboro Airport in New Jersey to Palm Beach, Florida. So this is also important before we go jump into conclusions, guys, because Donald Trump did fly on this plane. This plane, a lot of that times, these private jet owners, they'll like rent the jet out, or they'll let other high profile people use it. If it's, say that it's in Florida and, Epstein's got a house in Florida, Epstein's got a house in New York. Lots of rich people have a house in Florida, house in New York, house in Vegas, house in blah, blah, blah. So one of these high profile famous people says, yo, Epstein, I know you're not going anywhere for a while because you're busy on your little island with them girls. Let me use your plane real quick. I'll pay you. Let me use that plane and take it from there to New York to your other airport or your other place where you park your plane. And then your pilot will bring it back. And Epstein's like, all right, cool. It's just a little side hustle, use the, you let people borrow the private jet, even if they're not your friends, as long as they got the money to pay up front. It's like you're renting it out. So we need to remember that not all the flights on the Lolita Express went to the island, or it's possible that people who flew on it didn't even know about the island. Maybe they knew about it and they didn't like it. I don't know. This is way above my pay grade, guys. I'm just saying there's a lot of degenerate, sick, rich, powerful people. So, and then another fact check. Chelsea Handler denies Epstein Island visit again amid client list claims. Does she actually do it in this clip?
To clear up a rumor that was going around a while back that I was on one of the flight logs to Epstein Island. I was not. And I think I would remember grooming teens with Jeff and Jiz. So I am stating it here for the final time. I have never been to Epstein Island, but I did one time accidentally find myself at a dinner with Jeffrey Epstein, Woody Allen, and Soon-Yi.
Huh.
I would like to clear
I don't know.
rumor that was going around.
She's an actor, so everything she says sounds like bullshit. Beep. So, what's up, Bama Noah Adventures? What the Bama Noah Adventures? That's what's up. That's what's up. What's up, Robbie? I like that name. That's a good name. That's a good name you got right there. I like that name. So the fact checks are dropping. Now it's interesting, Newsweek is dropping all these fact checks about these people who were not on the Epstein flight list. But this is a tweet from October 22nd of 2020 from Newsweek saying Ghislaine Maxwell confirms Bill Clinton was on Jeffrey Epstein's plane in unsealed documents. So they're not making any fact checks about that. So I guess we've got it confirmed that that old Billy was on the plane. And conveniently, just 7 days ago, earlier this week, Clinton and Epstein flight log, now an NFT collection on OpenSea. So not only, and I don't know who's behind this, but not only did this all happen, which was horrible, people are still making money off of it. People are still finding a way to profit off it. The late Jeffrey Epstein shared his private jet with numerous world-renowned personalities, including former U.S. President Bill Clinton. Some media outlets derisively nicknamed the plane Lolita Express following allegations of its use in flying underage girls to some of the financier's private properties. Now, aligning with the anti-establishment ethos of crypto and its supporters, Clinton and Epstein's flight log has been encapsulated in an NFT format and made available for auction on OpenSea. The collection has cheekily been named Lolita Adventures. It consists of 26 NFTs, each representing Bill Clinton's flight with Jeffrey Epstein. Moreover, each NFT is named after the actual date of the flight, spurring an unprecedented way of preserving history through NFT immutability on the blockchain. Guys, these are going to be worth some money. I recommend you cop you some. I'm just saying. I'm not going to give any financial advice. I'm not a financier. I'm not a financier like Epstein, but based off how the Trump NFTs did, I don't know if they're still worth anything or what, but I do know once they were released, if you would have got them and just sold them 2 days later, you would have like quadrupled your money. So I think people might be getting these and they might jump up real quick in the beginning. Just buy them and then flip them 3 days later. I bet you'll make some profit. Shoot. Let me get paid. Wait till I get paid. I'm going to buy some Lolita Express crypto NFTs. So yeah, Clinton's, it seems like I'm not getting any fact checks. I think I'm safe to say Clinton was on Epstein's flights. Now, if I go much farther, we will look into a conspiracy theory on Wikipedia. I'm just going to read the title of this from Wikipedia. YouTube. I'm just reading the title of this from Wikipedia. The Clinton body count conspiracy theory. What the? The Clinton body count conspiracy theory. We'll have to look into what that is. But first, let's look at this article from earlier this week. Exclusive. Shotgun was found near the body of a Clinton aide linked to Jeffrey Epstein. He texted wife found a perfect place for a nap before blasting his chest and falling from a bench with an electrical cord tied around his neck. Now, first off, let me say, guys, in the industry, this is what we call overkill. Have you ever heard that joke? Some joke about, the most assured way, jump off a bridge with a noose around your neck and shoot yourself while you do it after you take a bunch of pills. It's like you really want to make sure the job gets done so much that it's a joke. It's like that's kind of overkill, don't you think? So he blasted himself in a shotgun while he was falling. This is literally a joke we told in elementary. So I can't remember the setup for the joke, but the end of the joke was basically about a guy committing suicide, doing way too much, trying to do all of it, and so anyway, Tim Pool reported on this earlier in the week, as in, was this guy killed? Basically, before anybody knew when it first dropped, it was like, this guy must have been murdered, but then it came out the next day, oh, it was suicide. Kind of like the Epstein thing. So I'm just gonna speculate that this may not be as they're reporting on it, but apparently this guy not only shot himself, but he also had a noose and a cord to a tree at the same time. But I think the shotgun did the job. And then here's PolitiFact fact checking it. So first, that article was fairly newer. So first it came out that he was murdered. So here's PolitiFact saying, no, Clinton aide found dead tied to a tree in apparent murder. False. He was not murdered. Unfounded conspiracy theories that Bill and Hillary Clinton had killed off scores of political enemies got fresh fuel February 22nd as rumors spread that a one-time aide to former President Bill Clinton was murdered. He murdered a guy. Didn't you know they murdered a guy? Yeah, like they murdered a guy. So Clinton aide found dead tied to a tree in apparent murder. Sheriff claims it was self-inflicted. So the Political Fact is fact-checking it, of course. But and then these articles, and then sure enough, the next day, all the articles say he killed himself, guys. He killed himself. We found a shotgun near the tree. You know, it was perfectly left conveniently there. You know, yeah, you would think that immediately they would report that, yeah, he killed himself because he's got the shotgun in his hand, you know, and he fell down on it. But no, the shotgun is found far away somewhere. They find a shotgun. Oh, he killed himself with the shotgun. It's just not a lot of things adding up. Typical with our modern day media experience. But man, my throat's scratchy today. Probably been breathing in asbestos. So Mark Middleton was the Clinton aide. A shotgun was found near the body of Clinton White House aide who killed himself on a ranch in Arkansas. The local sheriff is now saying, and more details of how cops now believe Mark Middleton killed himself have been released. Papers released earlier by Perry County Sheriff Scott Montgomery said deputies who were called to the Heifer Ranch in Perryville, an hour west of Little Rock, after an abandoned BMW SUV was found there, specifically said there was no gun in the car. But now a further set of papers has been released to Daily Mail that says a weapon, a Stoeger 12-gauge coach gun, was found on the ground 30 feet from Middleton's body. What? What? Hold on a second. Hold on. Okay. I'm trying to make sense of this, okay? So you shoot yourself in the chest with a shotgun, right? You're in pain. Ugh. You drop the shotgun. And then what? You start walking and you're not dying fast enough, so you're like, "Hold on, guys. Hold on. I got this wire. Okay, I have this wire that I brought with me. And there's a tree. Hold on. Let me go. Tie a noose up, put it over the tree. All right. Oh, and then I die from the bullet shot wound after I tie my neck to the tree. That doesn't make any sense at all in any reality. How does he have his head in a noose with a wire over a tree branch and you're dead at the base of the tree, right? So I'm assuming that the noose didn't work, right? Because he wasn't hanging there. He was on the ground, shot to death. But he's got a noose tied, and here's the tree, but the gun is 30 feet away. And the previous report said there was no gun, but then the next day after the fact checkers got on it, all of a sudden there was a gun found 30 feet away. And how long are you going to live after shooting yourself in the chest with a shotgun? There's new developments. I think the newest news I have from it is just this stuff that they're saying it was a shotgun, but it doesn't make any sense. Two-tier justice, asset rich, new development. So yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. 30 feet away. In the new paper, Sergeant Keenan Carter gives a detailed explanation of how he believes Middleton, an aide who signed pedophile Jeffrey Epstein into the White House several times during Bill Clinton's presidency, took great lengths to ensure his suicide bid was successful. After writing a text to his wife saying he had found a perfect place for a nap in the sun. Sounds like a bullshit text, too. Sounds like something a Fed would write to somebody's wife right before they shoot him in the chest and tie a thing to their neck to make it look like they commit suicide. Anyway, let's look at the Clinton body count conspiracy theory from Wikipedia. I didn't write this. I don't believe this. I disavow all of this. This is just a theory that these crazy conspiracy nuts make up, you guys. I just want to look into it and talk about it. We got to be very careful because I would never believe anything like this, guys. I would never believe. I disavow this, and I think that this is wrong, that people shouldn't believe this sort of thing. But we're going to read this Wikipedia article about the Clinton body count conspiracy. I've never even heard of this, But apparently Norm Macdonald said they murdered a guy. So I just want to know. The Clinton body count is a conspiracy theory asserting that former U.S. President Bill Clinton. Conspiracy theory is in blue. If you click on it, it'll take you to where they tell you that the CIA made up the term conspiracy theory to make people who questioned and figured out the truth that the government was trying to cover up were crazy, so that other people would look at them and think they're crazy. So conspiracy theory is a buzzword that usually means you're right, except sometimes they'll put out fake conspiracy theories that really crazy conspiracy theorists will believe, and then it'll make them even look more conspiracy theorist. I don't know. It's all a big conspiracy, guys. It's crazy. It's deep. It's like 8 levels deep. Okay? It's like the Matrix. A conspiracy theory asserting that former U.S. President Bill Clinton and wife, oh crap, I hit a button, and wife, former U.S. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, have secretly had their political opponents murdered a guy totaling as many as 50 or more. This is crazy. This can't be real. It's got to be a conspiracy theory. Many parts of it have been advanced by Newsmax. I was just at Newsmax. I thought they were fact checker whack jobs. American right wing. Oh, no, not Newsweek. Sorry, I was on Newsweek. Yeah, Newsmax. Publisher Christopher Ruddy, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, and others. What about Norm Macdonald said that they murdered a guy? Such baseless allegations have been circulated since at least 1994, when a film called The Clinton Chronicles, produced by Larry Nichols and promoted by Reverend Jerry Falwell, accused Bill Clinton of multiple crimes, including murdering a guy. This conspiracy theory has been discredited in the Congressional Record, like that means shit. The Lakeland Ledger, the Chicago Tribune, and Snopes, a bunch of garbage heap publications, and others who point to detailed death records, the unusually large circle of associates that a president is likely to have, and the fact that many of the people listed have been misidentified or were still alive. Well, that's a good rebuttal there, though. If somebody's like, yo, they murdered these guys and the guys are still alive, that kind of defeats the argument. But maybe those guys were put on the list as a distractor to make the list look fake, but all the other guys were real. It's a conspiracy. Conspiracies go deep. You got to go lots of levels deep. Speaking of these conspiracy theories, does anyone here listen to a podcast called Wormhole? One of my favorite. Oh, War Mode. War Mode. One of my favorites. I have not, Jeff. Maybe I'll check it out if I remember sometime. I don't really listen to podcasts unless they're on YouTube. I guess I listen to YouTube podcasts. So they're just saying that they murdered a guy. It's been discredited. History, alleged victims: Victor Razor, Mary Mahoney, Vince Foster, Seth Rich. The unsolved 2016 murder of Democrat National Committee staff member Seth Rich prompted conspiracy theories to speculate that Hillary Clinton arranged his death. The debunked theory was based on a Fox News report later retracted that Rich had been responsible for WikiLeaks' release of DNC emails during the 2016 United States presidential campaign. Various elements of this theory have been promoted by Julian Assange and prominent white-wing figures like Alex Jones, Newt Gingrich, and Sean Hannity. Oh, seems like a lot of reliable sources, to be honest. So, I don't know. I don't know if you're making the point you want to be making here, Wikipedia, because that sounds pretty based. Jeffrey Epstein, well, we already know that. And how about now? How about what's this new guy's name? What's this guy's name? Middleton? Mark Middleton. So add Mark Middleton to the list. Let's add Mark Middleton. Mary Mahoney, Victor Reiser, Seth Rich, Jeffrey Epstein, Christopher Sine, Jovenel Moisey, others. John F. Kennedy Jr., Ron Brown. Is he related to Robbie Downtown Brown? John-Luc Brunel, Anthony. Oh wait, fabricated tweets. Dang, I don't know if it's saying that they murdered all those guys, but yeah, lots of stuff. Oh, we got sources. We got all kinds of sources. Wow, Ron Brown murder plot has too many holes. The Chicago Boom. Dang, look at all these sources. I don't know. It seems pretty viable. Seems possible to me that these demons right here are out murdering guys. That's all I gotta know. That's all I gotta say. Anyway, last but not least, I'm gonna play this clip while I take a quick break. Dang, we got through the opening monologue in an hour. I thought we needed one more story, but I was like, I was gonna talk about Lent in the opening section, but we'll talk about Lent and a few things about Lent in the rapid fire news section, the memes, reels. I don't have a lot of memes, reels, or rapid fire news, but at the end we'll be talking about deepfakes and AI. You guys got any crazy deepfake or AI videos? You can shoot them to the Discord or whatever. Send them to me somehow. If you got any crazy deepfake videos, we're gonna play the one of Obama, the Biden one, and it's getting crazy out there with these deepfakes and this AI. Let me play this clip real quick, and I will be right back, guys. This is the last we'll do any talking about the East Palestine stuff. This is Erin Brockovich. I don't know if you ever seen that movie with Sandra Bullock, and she's more than mildly attractive. She's mildly attractive. She's alright. She's alright. I get Sandra Bullock and Julia Roberts mixed up. Yeah, Sandra Bullock's alright. But which one played Erin Brockovich? Anyway, pretty good movie. Pretty good movie, I must say. I liked it. I don't know a lot about this Erin Brockovich lady, but I think she's like a environmental lawsuit lady. Josh, can you post links? Posted. Did you post it on Discord? Just post it in the welcome thing on Discord. 3 teenagers shot in the West Side. St. Paul. Did you just post it? Oh no, this is from the other day. I think I have that story actually. Play Woody Harrelson. Yeah, I got that in the second, in the rapid fire section. All right, watch this. This is Erin Brockovich visiting Tucker Carlson show to talk about Ohio, and then we won't talk about this Ohio stuff anymore. I thought it was Julia. Yeah, I think Julia Roberts was Erin Brockovich. You're right. I get her and Sandra Bullock mixed up. I'll be right back, guys. Take a quick restroom break.
East Palestine and Ohio and Ukraine are not technically related in any way, but you still can't help but notice the difference between how they are treated by the Biden administration. So the administration just announced another $2 billion in funding for Ukraine. We sent them over $100 million already, but no money for the people in East Palestine, who, as you well know, were exposed through no fault of their own to toxic chemicals. Erin Brockovich is in East Palestine tonight, and we thought it would be interesting to talk to her. And thank you so much for coming on. Do you know, I mean, can you see the disparity in the... Oh, of course. Can you see the disparity between the concern for the people of Ukraine, which I'm not discounting as real, with the concern for the people in East Palestine? There seems to be a huge difference.
Well, it's certainly concerning to the people of East Palestine. I mean, you know, we're pushing a month now, and they still don't have any answers. It's very obvious something's really gone wrong out here. I've been out here down on the ground, and they're really frustrated why they don't feel that their agencies or their administration cares about what's happened to the communities. So it is very apparent they are concerned and not being seen or heard.
So that you make such an interesting point, and I don't know the answer to this, but you've been around this kind of thing before. You think that there's something specific that they're not being told? That's your sense?
Yeah, there is. And I mean, it's like, oh my gosh, come on. We're out here. What if 44,000 fish are dead? We've seen them. We've seen them out here today, aerating the creeks. They're removing stuff. The wellheads are locked. What's up? Look, you don't have to go any further, in my opinion, than a 100-year study that we all know the miners did for us. It's called The Canary in the Mine Shaft. Send the canary down there, it dies, might not be good for humans. You have dead fish, might not be good for humans. You have dead animals, might not be good for humans. You've sent a horrible mixed message to this community. Drink the water, don't drink the water. Safe, not safe. It's horribly confusing and extremely frustrating to them, and something actually has gone wrong here, and there's information that has yet to come forward, and the story will continue to unfold.
That's so nicely put. And I just want to pick up on something you said. The wellheads have been locked. What did you mean?
So in the schools, so the children can't drink the fountains, and then on private wells around here, they've got locks on them. So they obviously, come on, if there's no problem, you don't need to lock a drinking fountain. You don't need to be aerating the system, and you can explain away all day long to me that nothing's wrong, but I see what's going on here.
Yeah, I think it's better to
You're
make
not going to
decisions
gaslight
based.
me.
It's better to make judgments on the evidence than on the words. I agree with that. Thank you, Aaron Brockovich. Good to see you tonight.
All right.
Thank you, Tucker.
That's it. That's it for the main news of the night. Let's read some of these chats for a little while. They made a lot of money. Probably got paid by that guy. Play Woody Harrelson. This man always reminded me of a porcelain doll. Who? Tucker Carlson? Go Tucker. Trump Tucker 2024. That would be legit. Assistant coach has to be the loudest. Tucker would kill. Has to be the loudest. Tucker would kill the vice president's role. Yeah, it'd be good. There was a prior situation similar to this derailment. It took that town 30 to 40 years to detox from it. Dang. That's really bad. I know. I wish I had that clip last week of the train going down the Ohio train tracks. Like, this train has to go like 2 miles an hour, and it's like they're just the whole train system is a mess. Mickey Mouse disorder from East Palestine. What's that? They get big old ears and big, and they talk like this. What happens when you get Mickey Mouse disease? Do you talk like this? Anyway, bait and switch drinking water and on TV ain't fooling nobody. Oh yeah, I saw that too. They had some they were like drinking the tap water, but they had bottled water on the table. I saw that on Jamie's show. That's funny. And then Trump goes, Trump, you need to get the Trump water. It's the best water, simply the best water. You know, we bottle it. Somebody was saying on Nick's stream, a caller, and I haven't looked into this because I'm kind of ready to move past this East Palestine stuff, but somebody said they were sending all their water, all their contaminated water down to like Deer Park, Texas, to like a water contamination plant or something. And I thought that was interesting because there's a bottled water company called Deer Park. Dun dun dun. But then I looked into it. It's based out of like Minnesota and Philadelphia or something like that, or Michigan, and I can't remember the two states, an M and a P. But so yeah, I don't think it's connected, but it is interesting. They're sending contaminated water to Deer Park, Texas. There's a bottled water called Deer Park. Dun dun dun. But yeah, just like the Gulf oil spill in 2011, ocean's still recovering. That was 2011? Wasn't there a big one recently? The BP one. That was 2011? Dang. Is that the one you're talking about? The BP oil spill. I feel like that was more recent, like 2018 or 2019, 2011. Make me feel old. What the? Michigan? Could be that. But anyway, let me open up some memes. Let's look at some memes. I don't have a lot of memes, so I'm just going to go through them now. I'm just going to just do them real quick. And then I'll go in the Discord. You guys could go in the just chatting thing in the Discord if you want now. And then if I see that people are in there, I'll jump in there or whatever. Let's look at some memes. It's meme review time. I don't have any sound effects this week. My soundboard was being weird. It was playing all the sound effects and like triple speed. So it was like, instead of beta, it was beta. Instead, it was like You ain't got the ass this way. You ain't been doing the education. So I don't have my sound effects right now. Urban Mickey Mouse speak from East Palestine. Please send help, FEMA. Oh, this horrible train and this laminate oxide or whatever the hell they put in the sky. Oh, this is making me talk weird and have big old ears. Oh. You're off tomorrow, Robbie. Knives. All right. Slacking. Mailman slacking. Typical government job. All right. Meantime, it's meme review time, boys. After getting called a whale and fat by my so-called boyfriend, I dropped 150 pounds. Before and after, never felt better. I don't think that's the burn you think it is, lady. Like, now you're just large and alone. I don't think that would kind of backfire against you, my girl. Calm down with that. All right. What's on TV when I'm watching the Olympics and my wife walks in? What's on TV when I'm watching the Olympics and my dad walks in? Hold on 1 second, guys. Look at something real quick. Okay. Yes, these are all safe. I didn't check to make sure all these memes were safe for the show. Oh, Lord. A mysterious metal sphere washed up on a beach in Japan. Access to the beach is now restricted. Apparently, this is like a real news story. And then it says, Raditz has arrived. For all the non-nerds in the chat. For all the non-Dragon Ball junkies in the chat. Raditz is a bad guy who shows up in a spaceship. But actually, he's a very minimal bad guy. You know, I think it'd be better if it said Vegeta has arrived or something like that. Because, I don't know, Raditz was kind of a punk. He lasted like 5 episodes. And he was only in 2 of them. So, kind of a whack enemy. As far as Dragon Ball goes, there's some enemies that last like 300 episodes. So, let's move on. The homeless guy I told I don't have another $50 billion watching me pay for my food. It's Zelensky. Guys, you see that? Let's zoom in. Who's this damn homeless guy outside the door asking us for more money? Zelensky, get out of my backyard. Get out of here. Ain't nobody got time for that. Let's move on. I'm really done with America, bro. I'm moving to Hawaii ASAP. I have nothing to say about that. Good luck. You're going to move from Portland to Hawaii. First off, bro, Hawaii is America. Hawaii is part of America. Second off, bro, Hawaii ain't no better than Portland. Hell no. Unless you like spam, in which case you're going to love it. Wheels on a shopping cart be like, ticka, 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 what are you guys saying? You should do a whole gaming live in that voice. I'll do that for a $500 super chat, dude. And you got it. And I promise it'll last more than 30 minutes. Frederica is not on Discord waiting. Oh, Frederica is hot on Discord waiting. No. Yeah, he is. You're right. He wasn't last time I checked, but now he is. The purity ring from South Park that Mickey supported. Let's proceed. I don't got a lot of memes this week. Me chewing on a paper straw. Meanwhile, world leaders in the top 1%, flying around on cruise ship jets. It's going to be Snowpiercer in the sky. Snowpiercer in the sky is coming, guys. The elites are going to have a plane that never has to land, and they're just going to drop bombs, and their plane will constantly, it'll make its own energy, right? So it will never have to touch down and land. They'll have self-sustaining farms on it, and they'll even have a poor class who they feed bug bars, just like Snowpiercer, but imagine a cruise ship in the sky. Never ask a woman her age. Never ask a man his salary. Never ask a German why their grandpa is from Argentina. Do you not see? Do you not see why my grandpa is from Argentina? Weiß mich das dus. That's a good one. All right. 9-year-old fills chapstick tube with cheese to eat in class. No great genius has ever existed without some touch of madness. Aristotle. This is true, guys. This is true. I mean, I could probably find I could just get away with eating in class, you know? But that's slick. Actually, is it though? Because that's even funnier because the teacher's going to expect the kid to eat the chapstick or a glue stick. You could do a glue stick because kids eat glue all the time. I'd use a glue stick. And then the teacher definitely isn't going to question it. Just let the kids eat the glue. God creating ducks, a waterproof chicken, and give it a kazoo. That's cool. Fisher Price is taking no chances in Chicago. Make sure you get your Little Tykes Club. When's the last time you guys saw the club? I haven't seen a club in years. It's been a long time. Yeah, solar powered, and it would have slaves on the airplane ship thing. Yep. As I watch this generation try to rewrite history, one thing I'm sure of, it will be misspelled and have no punctuation. Yep, that's true, Gandalf. Me attempting small talk before bringing up the New World Order. Slurping of the straw, you know. Just can't do it. I just don't have time. Black History Month in anime. Dragon Ball creator Akira Toriyama fires back at haters criticizing a lack of black characters in the series. This is a Japanese franchise made by Japanese people for Japanese people. It's not your show, it's ours. The things people complain about continue to change over time, but Japan's racial demographics do not. They, black people, do not live here, Toriyama said in a highly controversial interview earlier this month. When questioned about the decision to include Mr. Popo, which is this guy right here, a racist depiction of a black individual in the show, Toriyama responded, I love Mr. Popo. He's a hilarious character, but maybe you're right. If I could go back in time, I would write 3 of him into the story to avoid all this drama. Mr. Popo isn't going anywhere. Pretty funny, guys, but I have to disavow this is a what's the word? Now I can't think of it. That Babylon Bee does. This is a satire article. I saw this posted in a group that I'm in, like a Dragon Ball meme group, and I thought it was real. I was like, oh, I'm about to get lit and go off on this. So I looked up this author, Danielle Starlight. Sure enough, this is an author, and she does write articles called Black History Month, fill in the blank. Black History Month food, Black History Month this. But this is not a real article. Akira Toriyama did not say this. The Mr. Popo thing has been a controversy in the past. And due to that, in Dragon Ball Z Kai, which was on WB Kids Saturday morning cartoons on TV, they made Mr. Popo blue. So all the scenes, if you find the Dragon Ball Z Kai that was specifically not the DVDs, but the ones that was put out by WB Kids on Saturday mornings, Mr. Popo is blue in it because this is apparently a racist character. But this article's fake, so I disavow. This was a joke. This was going to be in my canceled section because we got some canceled stories. As far as Woody Harrelson and Ben Stiller, they're coming after Ben for Tropic Thunder. They're coming after Woody for the Saturday Night Live thing. We'll talk about that here shortly. And I was going to have this also in that segment, but this story is not real, so I put it in the memes category. It's just for fun. It's funny. It's a joke. But yeah, there has been drama about the Mr. Popo character. Anyway, let's continue. Pharrell has listed his Beverly Hills mansion for $17 million. Said this man live in a community college? Look at his dang house. What the heck? It does look like he just bought a hospital or something. He bought a private hospital. He bought a giant mega church and just ran them all out and made his house in it. What the? Wow, Hollywood really does worship Satan. You're just a paranoid right-winger as I sit here in my demon hat and eat a child's face. In England, they drive on the left. Where I live, we drive on what's left. Yep. The richest third world country in the world. Chief Shit for Brains dances with snowflakes. That's Joe, guys. That's a deep fake. Speaking of deep fakes, we're going to talk about deepfakes and AI soon. Look at that deep fake. Did you see the deep fake in the thumbnail? Trump took a picture for the thumbnail. Did you guys see that? That was amazing. And then last but not least, I think Frozen made this, or he just edited it. Freddie, you made it into a meme, dude. This is like Egyptian hieroglyphics. Basically, it's a bunch of cartoons, and you can make a whole bunch of different stories that would match, whether it be Star Wars or Marvel or Ninja Turtles and Master Shredder, Power Rangers. We got a little Star Trek in here. And then looks like we got the Ghostbusters. What is this? Batman. I don't know who these people are. We got the Green Goblin and Hawkeye or whatever. Vulture. Yep. But then look. Here's Ra. Or Osiris or Odin. That's Freddy, guys. It's a really pixelated Freddy right there. In the meme review. Let's go. And this is basically what Egyptian hieroglyphics are, guys. Basically the same. Just a bunch of fictional stories and color book drawings, like cartoons that they drew on the wall with rocks and sticks. They're like, this is why the characters often have two left hands, because they were just bad at drawing. And I give them credit. They're drawing with a sharp rock on a rock wall. It's hard to do. So you got to make very simple drawings and cartoons and stuff. But to be like worshiping them like there's some sort of historical wisdom or something, when there's nothing left of Egypt, of powers that be in Egypt or anything like that. I don't know. Seems kind of misguided. But anyway, I think that's it for the memes. That's all for the memes. Mickey Mouse. Oh, we got Mickey Mouse disease. How do I play this? Mickey Mouse. Mickey Mouse. Reddit.
In East Palestine at Roll Arena, outside with cars and water, and it's just been like this ever since the train blew up.
It's crazy. What does your voice really sound like, Wade? I know you can't tell us, but is it like that? You sound like Michael Jackson normally?
Okay, first, I'm going to say I have not done the investigative reporting on this YouTube. This could be a joke, so it's in the meme review section, because I don't know how legit this is, because off the rip, it seems like a joke.
I sound like Mickey Mouse.
Yep.
But
he's got a deep.
But now, see, if I say it's a joke and it's actually real and these people are suffering, then I'm at risk for like libel for that. It's like or not libel, like slander for saying that they're not suffering. It'd be like the Alex Jones Sandy Hook situation. So if I say it's fake and it's real, I could be in trouble with YouTube and held accountable. But if I say it's real and it's fake, then I could be at risk of getting in trouble with YouTube. So what the am I? It's a meme, guys. It's a meme.
Raspy voice, normally.
Other than that, I just go and get tested and get checked out.
Well, what are they telling you?
My doctor says I most definitely have the chemicals in me. And,
but he has to find a toxologist to get properly.
They keep telling me to come up here, but nobody has.
This is crazy. This is crazy. I don't know. It sounds legit. Like, it sounds like a real news reporter. I don't see like a news logo or anything though in the corner. I need to know who the reporter is. What was this on originally? Because I don't trust anybody on Reddit, to be honest with you.
You say nobody has anything like.
I'm not saying I don't trust you, Real None You Business, or that I don't. This could very well be 100% real, but yeah.
There are no doctors in town to be able to help you?
No. That's what they tell me. I gotta make a phone call and schedule an appointment with somebody.
Okay. But are you going to do that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Is it just affecting your voice, Wade, or are you feeling it in other areas of your
She
body?
said,
My chest hurt.
she said, his erectile dysfunction has gotten insanely worse.
At nighttime, it feels like I'm drowning a little.
He wakes up every morning.
I have a hard
now.
time breathing. I cough up phlegm a lot. Yeah. But other than that, like.
And were you in pretty good health, Wade, up until
that sounds horrible. But other than that, oh.
Yeah.
Only a 40-year-old man. That's not very old.
No.
Oh, hold on. Did you hear that? I don't know. Did you hear that laugh at the end? Listen very closely. He goes, and it's almost like he drops the because I like doing impressions and stuff, and I like comedy and all that, and I feel like this is a troll. I feel like this is a hardcore troll, and he slipped up at the end there on the news crew. So listen again. He dropped it for a second.
Till now?
Yeah.
Only a 40-year-old man. That's not very old.
There you go. You hear that? As soon as she says only a 40-year-old man, because he was genuinely laughing, like she kind of caught him off guard, he let it down for a second.
Yeah.
Only a 40-year-old man. That's not very old.
No. But now I'm just waiting around.
Oh, New York Post. So it says it's from the New York Post. But then again, also Reddit. I don't trust Redditors. I don't trust anything I see on Reddit because they could just add this screen at the end of their clip. You know, I don't know. There's so much. It's so hard to tell nowadays what's real and what's not. But yeah, if that's real, that's crazy. If it's not, it's pretty funny. The laugh. You heard the laugh too? If it's real, that sucks. Yep. If it's real, it sucks. If it's not, it's pretty good troll. So either way, good clip. Either way, I approve of that clip. And disavow it at the same time. All right, Freddie and Robbie are in the thing. Let's jump in this chat room.
Other guy, he said, yeah, I'm riding with him today.
What's up, guys?
Yeah, I know where you're. Hey!
Hey!
We've been in this green room for a while.
Can you hear me? Oh, yeah, you can hear
me. Yeah, we can.
We hear you. We've been in the green.
What's going on? Yeah. Robbie got some hot topics on the Clintons. Hit him with it, Robbie.
All right, Clinton time.
Let me clear my throat.
Let you put your beer down.
Drum roll, please. I don't have a drum roll sound effect.
Kick it over here, baby pop, and at all if I drop.
And this is all going to be hypothetical in a video game scenarios.
And I will do my best to there's Butch, thank you. Butch likes for my documentation, and Butch has heard all of these stories probably more than 7 times. He's like a level 7 plus or minus 2, could be 5.
He's not your narrator, is he?
No, it's just this is a life experience that I've shared more than one, so I know how to share it.
Oh, okay. Thought you was waiting on Bush to come in and narrate or something. Quit drinking beer. You done cleared your throat.
No, I had to clear it one more time.
Okay.
And so it all started back in 1978.
I was 2 years old.
All right, child.
I ended up in Arkansas.
Damn shame.
Well, I was born in Ocala, Florida. Ended up in Arkansas. So I grew up with my mom who was raised absolute. She was raised in. She went to Catholic school and all that for a minute and all that. And she was a hardcore conservative. My granddad was a hardcore conservative. I was raised conservative. My granddad was in Florida still. We were in Arkansas. And so we went from the Carters and and then they get divorced and all that. And then we end up coming up on the Clintons. And I was in going into high school, going into probably the 10th grade. And Hillary Clinton was up there looking all ugly and shit and talking about we need year-round schooling. We were like, what the hell is this bitch?
Hillary proposed year-round schooling?
Yes.
I remember
He's
that.
seen her in person. He's seen her in person, is what he's saying.
Well, I remember Democrats pushing for that.
I'm talking about as a kid. I'm talking about as a kid, and I was pissed off about it because as a kid, I was involved in politics.
They are trying to get that. The summer breaks are so much shorter now. When I was a kid, summer break was 3 months, and now it's like 6 weeks or something. Is that right, parents?
Well, we were just like, oh, because we didn't want to be in those hot school buses. She was trying to kill us, right? Because we all know her ties to Margaret Sanger, and so let's just carry on and leave that part alone. We're leaving Hillary out of it. This is more of Bill just did what Hillary said to do. All right, so. And Bill did whatever he wanted to do, and Hillary did whatever she wanted to do, including, hanging out with Yoko Ono.
You had me all pumped up thinking this was about the body count.
Then that's not much different.
No, I can put my
body counts.
So I'm working my way. I'm working my way to. Let me turn my light back on.
I thought somebody told me summer was like 6 weeks now for kids, but maybe that was just in one spot, or I don't know.
Anyway, she did that, so we didn't like her. We didn't like her interfering. Number one, we were like, we don't like Democrats anyway. And so the next thing you know was the railroad. You know how I like railroad stories. Was the kids from Benton, Arkansas, Lonoke County, that were ran over leaving a party with Bill and Roger doing cocaine.
I know where Benton is. I know where Benton, Arkansas is.
And of course, everybody can take Bill Clinton out to hanging out a tree back when my hog dad was up in school. But he thought them Clintons, oh boy, they're just outside the box. But this guy stayed up in a tree at the University of Arkansas.
Hold on. Wait, you kind of lost me. There's a guy in a tree?
Bill Clinton stayed in a tree.
Protesting, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Vietnam War.
I've heard this story. Okay, keep
it was
going.
horrific. It was horrific.
Horrific?
So now we're moving. I'm gonna.
Why was it horrific that you stayed in a tree?
It was because he would poop and things. It was a college campus. And then they say, wow, look at this guy. And they ship him off over to Oxford University.
Yeah, he must be a genius.
Yeah. Slick Willie.
That's going to be the next president. That guy who went up in that tree.
And now we had to hook him.
Oh, man, what was his name?
Then we had to hook him up
Zacchaeus.
with Hillary Rothschild.
He's like Zacchaeus.
Hillary Rothschild's Clinton.
You know the story of Zacchaeus? Zacchaeus, you must come down because I'm going to your house today. You don't know that? Never.
All right. Yeah, thank you, Butch. He's out of control.
Hey, I was over here with Robbie, and I still like that meme.
Zacchaeus was a wee little man because a wee little man was he. So he climbed up in a sycamore tree because the Lord he wanted to see. And the Lord, he said, Zacchaeus, you come down. It's a Bible story.
I
like that one. I'm going to fast forward to Trooper Ferguson and
He was a midget. He was a midget, and he wanted to get closer to God, so he climbed up in a tree, and he stayed in the tree. And then God said, get out of that tree because I'm going to your house, Zacchaeus.
That's right. Yes.
So
I remember
Bill
that.
Clinton, okay. I just want to make sure you understood the The joke.
But that's not
It
what.
was like the Tower of Babel, right?
That's
They
what
wanted to build a tower to get closer to God.
I just
And
want to make
God-
sure everybody understood the reference.
The
Well, I
Tower
don't
of
want to.
Babel. It's the Tower of Babel all over again.
And I
He
didn't want.
didn't destroy the tree. He just told him to
Anyway,
come
we're
down.
getting Robbie distracted.
I didn't want to go back that deep that Bill Clinton was raised by a whore from Hot Springs, Arkansas. I didn't really want to go that deep. But we'll fast forward, if we may, to my close encounter. If
I'm
you
not
want
gonna let you just fast forward past that, like you just didn't say it though.
Well, I mean, she was. So it's documented.
You think that was true?
I mean, if it was documented. If it wasn't documented, then I disavow. If it was documented,
came
then
from a prominent
it's
family.
She was a hot.
Hillary came from a prominent family.
He said Bill. He's talking about Bill.
Yeah,
So
he
poor Billy was just a puppet in all this. He just wanted
was-
to climb up some trees, be a tree hugger, and they're like, "Oh, this is an activist."
Facts. He was conceived in the backseat of a car. Fact.
But was she a prostitute?
Yes.
Documented.
To eat and to have a roof over her head, sure. She was sleeping with every poker dinner. Yep.
Okay. Robbie said it. I'm gonna look it up.
If it's not true, I disavow.
Oh, I want to know her name. Because, like I said, this is my wheelhouse. Let's
lifetime fact check this just so YouTube is happy with me.
I know Robbie.
I think YouTube Clinton's a long time ago.
Yeah, I don't think that's a big thing on YouTube.
It's really not. Yeah, but let me.
They must have pissed off Wojcicki.
Trooper, I want to fast forward to Trooper Ferguson, Trooper Perry. Does anybody know about
Van Dilbert?
Perry?
Did you say Ban Dilbert?
Yeah.
I was gonna talk about that in my
cartoon.
canceled segment.
Dean's just Dean. But
no, that's that cartoon dude got banned for.
No, he got banned for what he said before, or what he said.
Yeah,
to
but it's a
recently.
cartoon. Yeah.
I don't want to get knocked off track here.
Yeah, what are you getting off track for?
I don't know what the moral of the story is.
Engine number 7. Well, I want to fast forward. Trooper Ferguson and Trooper Perry. Do people remember Trooper Ferguson and Trooper Perry involved in the Clintons' life?
No, nobody remembers but you.
State troopers.
Tell us about them. Tell us about them.
They were the Clintons' protectors, Trooper Ferguson and Trooper Perry, and we all knew it. People that kept a close eye on them, and
the enforcers.
Y'all remember Paula?
Did they work for the police, or did everybody know it as in they were hitmen on the low? Because you going sideways with your story. Like, everybody knew it. Like,
just tell us the story.
I'm really shocked that nobody doesn't.
Assume that nobody knows anything, and just tell us the story.
That's Jennifer Flowers. That's everybody that they would take him to go rape girls. Copy. Scratch the rape. I meant strape. He would strape them. They would give them straps on their body. Straps on their body. The Jennifer Flower, all of that. Trooper Ferguson and Trooper Perry, that was their job. That was their job.
All right.
What does this have? I don't. You lost me though. So Trooper
The
Ferguson,
body count, all the bodies that the Clintons got under their belt.
Trooper Ferguson and Trooper Perry were these cops who worked with him and would bring him girls.
Paula Flowers, Jennifer, Paula.
Troopergate.
All of it. All of the Troopergate copy. So here's what happened. Trooper Ferguson and Trooper Perry, they're out there and they're like, we're off this weekend. And they're rolling around with some girls of their own. And they get in a car wreck. And the dude that's in the back seat, I don't remember if it was Ferguson or Perry. They're both dead now. But one of them was in the front and one was in the back. I get called to the Arkansas Superior Little Rock downtown, serve some damn court, and I end up in that damn courtroom. Like,
While the shit's going on.
No, it's like I'm in there. Trooper Ferguson is suing Trooper Perry for wrecking the car while they were out there drunk in a cruiser. It don't matter if they were drunk in a cruiser. You shouldn't have wrecked, and they were suing each other.
Okay.
And I was on the thing, and I'm like, what am I doing here? I had to be there.
You was a juror.
All right, so it gets deeper.
Hold on. Fact check, or I'm just reading about what you're saying. So, from Washington Post, Clinton tried to derail troopers' sex allegations. President Clinton and other administration officials engaged in an extensive effort in recent months to prevent publication of allegations that Clinton. So, yeah, this Roger Perry and Larry Patterson have alleged in television interviews and in a lengthy article in the American Spectator that they and other troopers helped Clinton meet women, booked hotel rooms for liaisons, and brought women to the Arkansas governor's mansion. And Clinton was, and then so this article saying that Clinton is trying to shut down of course he would. Why wouldn't he? Shut down these allegations. And so I'm just making sure that this isn't like, that this is all stuff.
I
believe you, Robbie. I'm just doing it for the benefit of the YouTube.
No, keep going, because look up Ferguson sues Patterson. I always want to call him Peterson.
I am also looking up at Clinton's
not gonna
mom.
look up a wrecked cop car.
No, I was at that. I was in that courtroom.
I can't find anything that says Bill Clinton's mom was a prostitute, but you said whore.
She was a
prostitute. Same thing.
A prostitute, whore, same thing.
Yeah,
she was.
Oh wait.
She was. Yeah, it's documented. Yeah, it's out there.
But one of her sons turned to drugs and alcohol and went to prison. Of course, this is going to try to boost her up. But this is Chicago Tribune, and it's basically making her out to be a great single mother of two boys. One of them went to prison. Roger went to prison and had alcoholism. Grew to hate his father for his alcoholism and the way he treated me. My third husband, she had 3 husbands, so yeah, that.
Oh, this is going to be so awesome, dude.
That whores don't get married 3 times.
No, last call for alcohol, and then I've actually got some Walmart bottled water in the back of the Kia that I'm going to start drinking. But I'm going to drink one more beer on this because I want you to keep on fact checking. I'm ready to go to the level. Look, we're going to level 5. Are y'all ready? We're going up a level. Yeah, here we go.
Caboose number 8.
All right,
this is train number 8.
Keep going. So far, everything cool.
Okay, so
I can't just like let people just say like I have to show that I'm doing an effort of looking into it and stuff for YouTube.
I've never had anybody. I've never had anybody.
Is that stripper name on your shirt?
All right, here, let's go. Let me go.
No, Diamond, rest in peace. Rest in peace. Isn't she the one that died?
Let me roll. I want you to look into this one too.
Or was that Silk?
I've got another move. Let me roll. Let me roll.
All right, tear it up.
Diamond.
So the next thing you know, Trooper Ferguson, Trooper Perry, they're suing each other in court, and the Clintons may be like, them two, we should never trust them. They were terrible all the way, all the time, and all that. So Trooper Ferguson, he divorces this woman. He divorces this woman that he has a couple of kids. Trooper Ferguson. One of them's about to graduate high school. One of them just graduated high school.
Yeah.
She's supposedly supposed to handle the divorce so bad, even though she went on a date with a friend of mine. And her close friend went on a date with her best friend.
Did they knock them down, though? Was your friend simps or were they pimps? Did they get some at the end of the day, or did they just trick?
Trooper Ferguson's, no, they did not close the deal.
What does this have to do with the Clintons?
Yeah. Y'all track.
He ain't got no games.
Ohio derailment.
I don't know why everybody's me off, but she said to coworkers when all of this Ferguson and Perry news was coming out, and she said two coworkers that I talked to said she knew more than she wished she knew.
Well, why didn't she blow the whistle?
Because they got to her first.
You said she turned up dead?
Yes.
A woman you know went out with this officer.
I was calling the Arkansas Democrat Gazette and reporting my information, and my granddad said, "Stop, don't." He was in Florida. These are facts.
But what was her cause of death?
That's
Car
deep.
accident.
She
Look it up.
Did she was there a wire around her neck to a tree and there was a shotgun 30 feet away?
Linda, I'm putting my money on Linda Ferguson, and I won't disclose I don't know how my friends are. I haven't seen them in years because I was in Arkansas.
Don't disclose your sources.
No, I mean I
don't have enough
her
information to look this up. Like
her name was Linda Ferguson. If I'm wrong on the Linda, then you know.
But that's not your friend.
We'll
who
never
died.
fucking find her if you're wrong on the Linda.
No, it's not. Look, when I say friend,
but why does it say Patterson and not Ferguson?
Linda Patterson.
Ferguson.
It was Ferguson's ex that had a daughter, and I talked to people, man. I talked to her, the friend that was like, "There's no way she killed herself." People were calling in, and there's no way she killed her. They took her.
It was a suicide. You didn't say that. I was asking you.
Yeah,
well,
they
said
took her
they
out.
got to her.
I have
and usually when they get to somebody, they'll make it look like a suicide.
I have one more element. If y'all don't, if I may.
Caboose number 10. Line it on up, Robbie.
My buddy wasn't the only one that went on a date with her. You know that my buddy, he was like a tall, good looking dude, and she's like, "Ooh, I like you." And their little friend, "Ooh, I like you," but she had been dating a Sherwood police officer, which is right there in that area where she lived. He was investigating the same thing I was. He was on top of it, saying she didn't kill herself. Guess what happened? Guess what that Sherwood police officer did?
He died.
He killed himself.
He committed suicide on her grave.
Oh my gosh. It goes deep. It's deeper than the abyss.
It goes even deeper. There's got to be another caboose train coming behind this one, Robbie.
Don't get me started on those Clintons.
But wait, don't you worry that right now you're the only loose end, and you just got on a YouTube show with 18,000 live viewers.
But the Bible tells you 365
Josh
days.
ain't never had that many live viewers.
Don't live in fear. Don't worry. I ain't worried about that. I ain't afraid of them. Bill Clinton touched me on the shoulder.
Robbie,
you gotta be careful, Robbie.
The fact that you was calling
called me son, Frederica.
They're gonna be coming for you.
Call me son. He called me son.
Listen, Robbie.
I don't call you son because you shine. I call you son because you're mine.
No, I got
that story you just told makes you the ops. You the police.
I got on an airplane.
Ooh,
see my Clinton story.
Right. How come they didn't get you yet, Robbie?
I got on an airplane. I was in the airport.
I knew that this post office thing was a gimmick and that's a fake costume.
We're only gonna do this Clinton thing one time, and then I'm gonna bury it.
Nah, I like it. I feel involved now. I'm gonna take it and I'm gonna run with it.
So
Robbie's a fed.
my granddad told me, he said, "Stop it now." I called him long distance. I said, "Granddad, this is crazy." And my granddad, he was still alive. And he said,
he did that because he cared about you, Robbie.
He said,
missing.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Stop it.
Anybody would say that if you call
You're gonna be on the
and then
list.
the other cop committed suicide on the grave. He could have been killed on the grave, and you still talking about it. Of course, your grandfather gonna be like, "Hush, Robbie, leave it alone."
They got him. I think they were. I mean, they nabbed him, dude. They might have been coming after me. Granddad said, "Get out of there!" It's like, all right, Granddad. Damn it! I was so close. And so then the dust settles. All the nuclear dust settles, and I'm going to. I'm flying to Germany, and I was coming back from leave after Desert Storm, flying to Germany. Yeah, because Bill Clinton got elected after Desert Storm, and I'm flying to Germany, and we get on. I go to Little Rock Airport, and Bill Clinton's over there taking a picture with a bunch of Japanese people, a whole bunch of them. There were like 40 Japanese people, and he's like right in the middle, and they're like, "Yay, look, he tall," and he gets on the plane. And I kind of staged myself because, I've had my eyes on him my whole life. And I staged myself, and he gets on behind me, and I said, "How you doing, Governor Clinton?" He said, "I'm good, son," and put his hand on my shoulder. It's like a Spock thing.
Did you wash it? Did you rinse it off?
Not for 2 weeks.
But look, it gets deeper. So the plane flew from Little Rock to Louisville, Kentucky.
Kentucky, that's my hometown. SDL.
Yeah, and I'm figuring he's getting off the plane right there,
Uh-huh.
Like Bill Clinton, he's governor of Arkansas. Let me say this: he wasn't president, or obviously he wouldn't have been on a plane like that. He was the governor of Arkansas. This is the fun part. So we fly to Louisville, and I say, "Yeah, Bill Clinton's going up there." But why was he taking a picture of all those Japanese people? What was that about? That image is seared in my head. And so we get on a plane. Touch me. And then we get over there to Louisville. And I'm like, "Yeah, see you later, Bill Clinton." Like, you probably off the plane. Fly to Frankfurt, Germany. All right? Land in Frankfurt, Germany. And in Frankfurt, Germany, it's not like America. You're out there in the middle of the runway and shit, and they pick you up in a shuttle and they take you to a thing. So I see all of a sudden, I'm still observing, as I would, and I'm seeing that there's German limousines with German flags pulling up.
Rolls Royces?
Yes. And they say in Frankfurt, no, we're keep up.
You flew to Germany with him. Okay.
I didn't have a clue. I didn't have a clue he was on the plane. Right? I thought he'd done jumped off. Like, where are you going to? Why are you going to Germany? And so
you were on a plane with Clinton
all the way to Germany, Frankfurt. And so we get off in the
Express.
Look, hold on a second.
Which plane was this? We need to make sure.
Well, he'd already touched me on the shoulder, and I knew who he was, and I staged myself. I was going back to. I just got through Desert Storm. I was going back to Germany, and I thought he was dropping off at Louisville. And so I staged myself watching him with them Japanese, because I didn't trust him. I knew something was happening. He was governor. And so we get off there, and there's the flags, and they said, "Mr. Clinton, will you come to the front?" Like, he's lost. Like, where you at, Bill? Where you at? There, through one of the damn waitresses? Yeah.
What are you doing, Bill? Something like that.
And they're like, "What?" And so the posse can verify, I've told this many times, I said with a loud voice.
The
'cause I
posse
was
can verify that you told them the same story.
absolutely, and I'll tell it over and over. But I yelled with I said that's the governor of Arkansas. And guess what happened?
What?
Nobody flinched. Nobody gave two rats' ass.
They probably thought you just now figured it out all the way from fucking Arkansas.
No, they just didn't care. They didn't care about me hollering out, that's the governor of Arkansas. They didn't care.
Yeah.
Nobody flinched. They didn't know the name. They didn't know the name, Bill Clinton.
In Germany?
No, not at that time. He was the governor of Arkansas. Nobody knew the governor of Arkansas. You see how it can flip?
Yeah. But what the fuck was he doing over there with the Japanese? Get to the moral of the story.
Germans, just in my close encounter, and the fact that we were doing the Trooper Ferguson and the Kathy Ferguson, look into her death. And
But what the fuck was he doing over there?
I think Ferguson was one of the names on the list that on Wikipedia.
Yeah, it was horrific what they did to her. And then they did it to the Sherwood cop that he was dating her and he'd kind of fallen for her, and he dug deeper than I did. He didn't have a granddad that said stop.
I'm sure it's way higher than these are just the high profile names that people have heard about and stuff.
Mean the mafia. Yeah.
I mean, people with that high of power level, if they're in charge, ran by Satan, they probably killed thousands of people.
Hey, you could probably say millions.
I mean,
Y'all retarded.
with geopolitical, with wars, and with the power that they had. Yeah, I don't know about millions, but probably maybe close to 1 million.
Yeah.
No, without nobody noticing.
Hey, they're involved with COVID too. You got to add that to their numbers.
Well,
but they don't care.
Why are they still COVID be their numbers? How is COVID on the Clintons?
I don't know how they had much to do with that. I know Biden and Obama and Fauci had a lot to do with that. They were signing the papers.
Yeah, all right. Y'all want to blame the Clintons for COVID now?
I didn't. That was Robbie said that. But I mean, they're Democrats and they're elite, so I'm sure they probably had something to do with
it. They get the same memo. What? They didn't stop it.
They did stop it.
No, what did they do?
This is the second strike on Trump. Listen,
no, they get the same memo.
Trump stopped all of the biochemical world policy Obama put in place, and he took it out, and then we get COVID. He stopped the regulations of the trains, then we get derailments.
Oh,
shit.
Anyway, Anyway, Josh, I just wanted to share with you my Clinton experience, and I gave all glory to God when he let Trump defeat that evil woman. Evil woman. Where's Tommy? But
yeah,
I gave
and a lot of this is before I was real into politics, so I don't. So it's good to hear these stories. I'm learning stuff about this. I've never heard of this crazy conspiracy theory about the Clinton body count.
They old news. The Clintons, they'll never be in politics again.
What do you mean? They're still in politics.
It doesn't matter. The damage that they did.
Hillary's not in politics.
You think these people don't still have their hand in things?
Y'all know who's running things. Y'all just don't want to talk about it. It's on both sides, Democrats and Republicans.
No, you think no.
You think you do?
I don't run nothing. I just get a check and watch what's happening.
It's elite.
We on the verge of World War III, but
powerful people from all over the world, different religions, different races. It's not just one dark group that you hate.
Exactly. We're on the verge of World War III.
That started when COVID hit.
I'm ready. I'm ready for it. It look like my dog on your shirt, Bush.
I'll give you my I'll give you my take on that here shortly, Tar Baby Yoda.
No, dog.
Or unless what do you think about that? Actually, while Freddie's here, while we have a black guy on the line, let's talk about that right now.
About what?
So in part of our canceled segment, I got stories. Ben Stiller, they're coming after Ben Stiller, trying to make him apologize for Tropic Thunder. He's saying hell no. They're coming after Woody Harrelson for the stuff he said on Saturday Night Live.
Ben Stiller, hold on, wait. Ben Stiller apologizing for Tropic Thunder.
They're trying to get him to apologize for Tropic Thunder, and he said, "No, I'll never."
I saw that movie at the theater. I laughed my ass off.
That's one of my favorite movies.
Why come they not going after? Why ain't they going after Robert Downey Jr.? Robert Downey Jr. the one that did blackface.
Yeah.
Well, they're going after Ben because he made it. He wrote it. He directed it. He acted in it.
Nah, this is years later. That ain't gonna stick. Black people love that movie.
Well,
next,
he said, I'm not going to apologize, and I'm proud of it. It's one of my biggest accomplishments. So he just said, screw
That's
you.
right. And black people won't cancel them.
He
won't get that backlash.
The Woody Harrelson, I'll play the clips later, but then the other one is this guy, Sam. I don't have the story pulled up. Sam, what's his name, guys? Somebody in chat, let me know. The creator
Woody
of Dilbert.
No,
the creator of Dilbert, Sam something, basically put out a video, and really, he's catching backlash because he reacted to a poll, and that poll shows something very bad, and he reacted to it, and now he's getting, I guess, second canceled because he's already been canceled before for saying stuff that they said was too right-wing.
The dude with the Dilbert commercial. The dude with the Dilbert cartoon.
The guy who made the Dilbert cartoon. I think it's Sam.
Yeah.
I'm trying to pull it up, but I'm talking
I don't know. Elon Musk came out and he had his back.
But did you see what he said?
So I think Elon Musk got enough money to get canceled and survive. So we're gonna see what happened to Elon Musk. Because for Elon Musk to be his friend, to be Kanye's friend, whoop-de-whoop, Kanye gonna call him. But at the same time, if they want to separate, they can separate.
What Kanye's doing, he's got one of them things that shoots water up his butt.
Hold on, so let me give the background. It's not Sam. Hey, hold on. Let me give the background on the story because that didn't help at all, Freddie. So it's Scott Adams, and he's being canceled after a racist rant that he did on the internet. Blah blah. Anyway. So there's this poll that came out recently, Freddie, and it asked black people, is it okay to be white? And I believe in total, 47% of them said either unsure or no. So almost half of black people will not say that it's okay to be white. What do you think? Is it okay to be white, Freddie? How would you answer that poll? Yes, no, or unsure? Is it okay to be white?
Unsure. I'm black, so I'm gonna say unsure.
Well, this is what his rant was about. Why would it not be okay to be white? I would never say it's not okay to be black, but you'll say you're unsure, or it wouldn't be okay.
We know there's two type of white people, and if you
no, stop! You're adding a whole bunch of crap that isn't in the question. The question is it okay to be white?
You can, and you can't.
It's not can or can't. It's an immutable
You can think rationally, or you cannot think rationally. Are there racist people in America?
No,
White
stop. You're doing a whole bunch of lip jabbering and not
you
saying
don't want
nothing.
people to answer the question correctly.
So anyway,
you want them to answer
the question.
How you want it answered.
Hold on, I'm gonna mute Freddie because he's just.
So it depends. It all depends.
No.
So Josh, can you flip the question for the white people to answer?
Is it okay to be black?
Yeah, it's great to be black. It's great to be white.
Now here's.
I say no. It's not okay to be black.
Okay, that's right, Robbie. Thank you for being honest.
Yeah, he was honest and you weren't.
So upset.
No, hold on. Now here's what happened. The Dilbert guy said. So 50% of black Americans don't think it's okay to be white. I'd recommend as white people, you get away from the black people. You need to get away from them because they're dangerous and they hate you. And
yet they send me friend requests all the time. I don't know what to do.
but so here's the thing: if we're gonna all be honest, and everybody's gonna be honest, and that's fine. But if 50% of black people hate white people, and 50% of white people hate black people, then that's equality. That's equity. There's not a problem with that.
Yes.
But if you're
You
white,
got 2/3.
That's on the Josh.
Yes, listen. You got 2/3 out of not sure, no, and yes. So out of not sure and no, if you get 50%, that's showing black people
not
are
sure.
less racist.
No, not sure is that cop out you just did, where you wanted to say no,
I'm
but you didn't
just
have the
saying,
balls
if
to
you
say it,
put
so you
that as
copped
an
out and
option,
said not
that's
sure.
like a third party.
Everyone who
That's
said
like a
not
third
sure,
party running.
everyone who said
That's
not
like an
sure was thinking
independent.
no, but they didn't have the balls to say it.
That's like an independent running with a Republican Democrat. They're gonna split the vote once you throw the option of not sure in there. So they will cop out, and some of them will say no. The racists would probably say no, and the not sure would be like, I don't know, just like it would be versus white people. But you
every
can't say
time I hear the word
50%
racist,
is
my heart
all
starts
of them
beating
don't
fast.
like.
You
You
gotta
can't
start
say
running.
that's part of that IQ test that you failed, JS. If
Oh, boy.
47% is not sure and says no,
Freddie,
that it's okay to
if
be
a white
white.
person would have taken that poll and they would have
Does that
said that
mean 50% white people, black people are getting swipes?
If
No,
a-
that doesn't mean that.
if a
All of the
white
not
person,
sure,
hold on, you're ranting. If
all
a
the
white
not
person
sure
would
could be
taken,
compromised.
if a white person would have taken that poll and said that it's not okay to be black, they probably would have lost their job. It would not have been kept silent. They would have put their names on the internet, all sorts of stuff.
They done
You're a
this poll on
racist
the audience on Donahue. They done this poll and it says, asking the audience, raise your hand if you think it's okay if you could change your race, would you be black?
That's
raise
not the
your
same
hand
question.
if you could change your race today.
That's not the
would
same
you be
question
black?
at all.
Yeah, it is. Is it okay? Would you change your race today?
No, it's not the same question.
No, they
No,
would
it's
not
not the same
change their
question.
race.
No, I would not. No, I'm going to answer no. Just because your plight has been a lot tougher than mine. Sorry, bro.
That's what I'm saying. So you can't judge people how they look at people or how they feel about a certain situation.
Their plight's been tougher.
I don't know,
Shit.
man. It's getting to the point where I kind of want them black benefit programs.
I know, but
I kind of want that affirmative action.
Unless you go have a black kid, maybe.
What happens? They start giving out reparations to all the black people. I'm gonna start marking black on my applications.
No,
I thought it was only enable you. If it's only going to enable you and to not work and settle for the government to feed you, why would you settle for the handout?
Tar Baby Yoda, calm down.
But let me tell you one thing that's going to happen. In the white man totally submits to black culture.
Hold on. Hey, hold on, guys. So he said white people need to get away from black people, and then JLP played this, and he said, "Yep, white people get away, get out of there." And so before I say how I feel about that, do you agree, Robbie, that white people, if black people start moving in, that you should move away, go somewhere else?
I think white people can be just as unresponding to you. I enjoy my interactions with black people. I think it would be what part of wherever you are at, what kind of black people you're dealing with. But there's white people that are on your level that won't even deal with you. Where I have all kinds of, I love my black people. I love them.
Thank you, Robbie. I love you too, brother.
I wouldn't know what to do. I wouldn't know what to do without some Michael Jackson in my life and all the entertainment
and all the good shit to come that ain't even been created yet. Y'all be so flavorless.
I would feel like a Russian.
That's right.
Anyway,
look at Russian.
I was raised not to be anything like a Russian. That's what's up.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, man, God's son. To answer your question, no, I 100% do not agree with Scott Adams. I do not agree with JLP. I'm sick and tired of white flight. I think it's super weak, and it's
I
what
think
white people are
that's
best at.
extremely weak, Josh. I think that's extremely
And
weak.
we've been doing it for all of
Yeah.
history, and that's why we always lose, because we ran from England, and then we ran from the South Africans ran during apartheid, and now look at South Africa.
Hey, the town I live in has a black female mayor after a long-time white male mayor, old white man. And I see him out around town. He's like 90 and he's doing weed
And
and
it's
shit.
thriving out there, ain't it, Rob?
It's thriving too much.
Well,
and
enough of that run away, and you got to move away when.
I haven't
No.
ran, Josh. That's what's up. I'm a soldier. I thought I told you.
We're gonna lose our country. What are we gonna go to Australia, where it's ran by China? Then we get put in Chinese concentration camps. Or we're gonna run to? You can't run to Europe. We already ran from there. We can't run to Africa. We already ran from there. So what? We got Latin America and Asia, and Australia. And Australia is already Asia too. So we really don't have Australia.
And not to endorse A&E, but I survived. You really don't want to go down there. They do crazy mean things. Now they do crazy mean things in here in America too, but yeah, don't go south of the border.
Yeah, I ain't running from nothing. I love living in the hood. I want to be on the front lines.
As long as
that's why I don't play these videos of white people getting beat up, like a white person getting beat up by 5 black people. I don't play these videos like a lot of white guys will do this, and they focus on this white guilt and this white power or whatever. So I'm not into all that, because I think you sound just as Marxist as the black people crying about racism when you.
Josh,
that's right, JS.
Well, I mean,
learn to intermingle with us. Learn our moves. Be our neighbors. Let us borrow your lawnmower.
Know your enemy. Keep your friends closer. Your enemies closer. You got to study them.
Yeah, introduce them to your wife, your mother-in-law.
Right, but Frederica could be a great ambassador for change.
I am. I swear, I feel it in my bones. You want me to tell you what the answer
And I'm just kidding. I don't think black people are my enemy. But if they're trying to take America from us, then they are our enemy.
Y'all, here y'all go. Y'all always need somebody to blame. The replacement theory. If they trying to take America, if they keep on multiplying, I'm just saying.
It might get
if
racist
we ever
in
get
this
to 14%, we might have to kill a few people. They at 14%, I understand it. But if we get to 14%, I'll be damned if we go to 10.
Nah, who's
standing up with me?
The ones that are base and assimilate and are decent people, they're great.
I like to roll more with the Martin Luther King Jr. and the Morgan Freeman.
Now you want to hold hands.
Martin Luther King Jr. was a commie.
That's fine, but his message, won the day, and the message needs to be brought back. Don't dismiss the message.
Which is the judge by the character, not the color of skin. I agree with that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about, Robert. Each one teach one.
I mean, and it was tough, and they pulled it. Now was there a lot of CIA and FBI and everything, and everybody looking to make some money? Was that involved? Absolutely.
This is my question to JS and Robbie. If the whites decide to get away from us and we decide to get away from them,
stupid,
do
man.
you think whites would stop buying black fashion and listening to black music? Do you think the black economy would thrive or the white economy would thrive?
I mean, how much of your stuff is actually black music and black fat? Like Tommy Hilfiger, you guys were wearing that. Wasn't Fubu, the creator of Fubu, black? Sean John was white. Sean John was kind of light skinned.
I know y'all pushing us.
One of the heads of Black Lives Matter is Sean King. He's pretty much a white guy.
Listen, y'all pushing us to get ready for a whole new revenue if y'all saying
How
let's
about
separate,
how about
that
Benzino?
means black.
Benzino was
That means
white
black
guy.
like LeBron
The best
is about to
rapper
have
is
a
a white
Gucci
guy.
brand.
They can't afford it.
What if LeBron started a Gucci brand, and then next thing you know, he already got something with
Nobody
Tiffany
can
Company.
afford Gucci.
Volleyball
Nobody can
players
afford
do
Gucci.
not wear
No,
Gucci.
but who buys it though? White America.
Nobody
So
who
if
plays
the black
volleyball
community
cares about
is
Gucci,
getting the
Freddie.
money from white America's fashion, it's like, okay, we need this culture signed with our name. They both profited
Why would
equally.
Gucci sponsor a volleyball player?
They do. Listen, Tiffany Company sponsoring LeBron right now. It's gonna go higher to where Nike, just like Nike, they endorsement deals
Hey, you're
is
not
making money.
doing any good for the black community by talking about
Them
this.
suits that Westbrook wearing there, you don't see how these athletes are changing fashion.
Who's
I'm
Westbrook?
not about to buy no Nike.
Is
I'm
Westbrook,
not about to
Westbrook, Durant, they all
the
come in with
tennis.
suits
Oh, that guy
on,
plays
and these
tennis.
fashion designers.
You're talking about a tennis player and a volleyball player.
No, we're talking about basketball players before the game when they walk in with their suits on and shit.
It's basically
If you knew-
volleyball.
If you knew
I don't know nothing about volleyball. Why you keep saying volleyball?
I'm just
If you knew
saying,
how-
all it is a.
No, but no, there's no fashion in volleyball.
LeBron is a damn volleyball. That's what I'm saying. He's just a volleyball player. Gucci volleyball. What the?
No. If it separates where whites
The point
want
of the
black
joke
fashion,
is that he's an athlete who I don't care about.
If it
I don't
separates
even
to
care.
where
I don't even know enough about him to know what sport he plays.
Yeah, Frederica, what are you going to do in 100 years when everybody's the same color?
I'm not gonna be around 100 years from now, Robbie.
All right, so
With
quit
advancements,
focusing-
with new advancements in medical technology, you might be.
Nah, that's what Ricky Bobby said, but I doubt it.
Noah lived to like 800 years old.
I don't know. You gonna start a debate?
Noah was like 480.
I knew it was coming.
Methuselah lived 999 years.
Oh, here we go.
You started this mess.
Well, I just want to get it off a race, dude, because I'm so.
When we have
I'm so-
Neuralink, you don't think we're gonna live longer?
I'm so
No,
sick
he's
of
talking
it.
about the cancel culture that's going on, and that cancel culture is real. And dude, there's some people that's really gonna try to split and start going their own way after his comments. That's what I think.
But I agree with him that that poll was ridiculous, and that half of black people hate white people, and so they're actually the racist ones. They're the black
So you say the
supremacists
poll
in our
is
country.
ridiculous?
And
Yes.
the poll,
Yes.
well, no,
Yes.
the results of the poll. The results of the poll are bullshit. That means there's a lot of evil black people out there.
So do you believe that?
But the
poll?
whole idea that
Only
you need to
one
run
poll,
away, you need to run away from the black people, that's pussy.
That's only one
Yeah.
poll of how many people? 100?
I'm gonna stand in there tomorrow when no, I'm off
If
tomorrow.
you can believe
But I'm
one
gonna stand in
poll,
there,
all the 100
Josh.
people.
I'm gonna take off and I'm gonna serve all my black people, and they don't like me sometimes. They look at me. They look at me like, "Look at you, old white man," and then they look at me and they say, "I love you, old white man." It's
Yeah,
like
because you're not afraid. Because they see that you're not afraid.
That's right.
They try to scare
That's
you
right.
off. They try to run you off. But when they see that you're not
I am.
afraid, they're like,
Have you have seen the Joanna video, right? When
Yeah.
she called me a cracker.
Juana,
Yeah,
man.
yeah. I remember that one.
996,
You were
999. When you're at 900 years, it's.
You were scared that day. You were scared that day.
I wasn't scared.
He
I
probably
said,
forgot
I
his
got
own
you.
age after that long.
I said I got you.
Right back. 2 seconds.
You
That's
should pull
right.
that video up. It's right there on YouTube. So I got you.
You know what that is right there? That's a heavy metal right there.
I said you manly with your manly ass. We should have checked her finger size like Jamie did today. Should have checked the finger.
All right.
Can you pull up Joanna?
I don't know how to pull.
Nah, it's too hard to do.
You'd have to find it, send it to the Discord, all that.
Yes, yeah, I ain't doing all that. Angie's all upset. She's trying to talk. I think she went to bed, though. She'll be all right.
You better give your lady some time, man.
She'll be all right. She'll be all right.
Now, this guy almost got canceled a couple years ago because I remember he came on Steven Crowder's show and they were talking about it. I guess they didn't cancel him then, but he was saying some stuff like 3-4 years ago about Trump. He was supporting Trump. That was it. And they didn't like him for that. So this Scott Adams guy's pretty based.
Just supporting Trump.
They wanted to, like they were coming after him, but they didn't succeed. Now they've successfully dropped the comic book. Because he said, get the hell away from black people. He said black people are a hate group, which is true. If 47% of black people don't think it's okay to be white, then that makes them a hate group. I agree.
Can I
in any poll? You can make up a poll and say it on the air.
Can I give a fun story that happened at work this morning?
Hold on one second. A good rebuttal, Freddie, would be that they answered that because they've been told that it's okay to be white is a white supremacist dog whistle, because the left has pushed that out there to people. So when you say that, I've heard like Destiny and Hunter Avalone and these leftist debater guys, if you say it's okay to be white to them, they say that's a white supremacist dog whistle. You can't say that on my show. And so now people have been programmed that it's okay to be white, that term is evil. So when they read that, they said no. That would be a good argument for your side, Freddie, but just, giving you some lessons here. Anyway, what were you going to say, Robbie?
Well,
yeah, I heard what you said about the dog whistle, and you can't say that on my show.
I just kind of wanted to do a.
That's
show
what.
Just to show how fun it is to have black people in your world.
Elon Musk was talking about.
Can I do one of those?
Sure.
No.
So we have this guy, Mark Williams, and he's like the loudest guy in the whole post office. We have 75 employees in there. And he's the most rambunctious. He is the energy guy. He should have been on tour. He should have been the rap star. He should have been, big.
Hold on, Robbie. No matter.
So hold on. So hold on. He runs.
Go ahead.
He runs this shit, and he has black females that if other black males come around him and they try to talk to, that he puts on this big event.
Right.
And everybody goes and does all this. This is the world I live in. And so we're right there, and I'm over there, and this guy Frank always wins the fantasy league. So Frank, he comes up there and he goes and squeezes on one of Mark's women. And it's just an uproar. And all the other women, they don't see it because Frank had no business over there. It's like they're putting on a play every day. They're like entertainers. And so they're doing all of it. And everybody's like, I ain't seen nothing. Because Michelle, she comes around there. And it's like, what are we doing? And so finally I turned to Mark and I just pointed at him, pointed back at myself, shook my head and said, I saw it. I didn't say a word. He's a Robbie saw it. Oh no. And I was like, what are we doing here?
All right.
Yeah, so like I said, I couldn't imagine working with a bunch of damn boring ass white folk.
Yep.
Amen.
They're entertaining.
Yep. Yes.
That's what you're superior at is art. Specifically performance art, because I don't know very many great black painters or sketch artists or anything like that. But as far as like acting, well, I think white people act better, but you got
You know
Will
what it
Smith and
takes.
Denzel.
You know what it takes to.
Morgan
You know what
Freeman.
it takes to do art.
But,
You
but
know what it
music,
takes to do art that y'all
music and
don't
stand-up
have.
comedy and performance art, blacks are the best at that.
You know what it takes, though. It takes fearlessness.
I did steal the show without saying a word. All I did was pointed and shook my head to say I saw it. I never said a word. Boom.
Yeah, they admired our fearlessness.
So I was ready.
I think you're right about that. I think you're right
didn't
about
say
that.
nothing. All I did was point and shook my head that I saw him hugging up on your woman. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking backstabber. Get off my woman.
You're right, man. When you're dealing with dang old lions in the Serengeti, it probably makes you pretty fearless.
But it was all in good fun. But like, what are y'all doing? What is this? What is this show that's going on here? And good for Mark. It is a show. It's like a show that's going on. They're all acting out and they're all paying attention. Everybody.
Robbie, I'm gonna be real with you. Robbie, I'm gonna be real with you right now.
Peanut butter is not the same as
JS too.
seed oils or seed spreads, Dean. It's a fatty protein that comes from the peanut. Peanut is a legume, so it's different than a seed spread or a seed oil.
Programming. At the end of the day, it's too much programming by watching too much TV. Copy.
Yeah, I agree. And all of these stories that y'all covering are just blankets to wave in front of y'all face to concentrate.
What do you mean? I cover all the stories. What stories do you want me to cover, Freddie? I cover all the stories.
Yeah, sometimes stories are just make believe for you to just cover.
And I talk about that, and I say, well, let's look at this and let's figure out if it's this or this. You know, I try to be pretty objective.
It's like a cat chasing that laser.
All right.
The cat
So
chasing the laser.
so let me put you back to this. Everything I said about the Clinton, can you find anything that you can rebuke?
No, it's a nice story. I love that you was even on the plane with the fucking governor of Arkansas, which ended up being the president.
And nobody knew who he was. Nobody
Yeah, I
knew.
know, right?
Yeah, nobody
Put his hand on his shoulder.
They had no idea that the future president of that disgusting episode, that he went from shitting out of a tree to president of the United States. Only in America. Oh, I take that back. Also, only in the Ukraine.
Bill Clinton was the one shitting out of the tree.
Well, I hope that's not Bibi, because they just got banned.
Oh, what happened?
Y'all want to act like children, then go do it somewhere else.
They talking about me. Wait, no, I don't know. I hope not. But anyway, but for real, a lot of that Clinton stuff is smoke and mirrors.
No, it's not.
Talk about the
it's not.
Epstein
No, it's
Islands.
not. No,
and
they're
all of this
part of the
propaganda that the media push and allow.
Yeah, you'd like to believe that.
It on their media sites.
You'd like to believe that. You'd like to believe that it's smoke and mirrors, but you're the one that's being smoke and mirrored.
Okay. Do you know what's going on with the Taiwan Strait?
And that's fine. That's fine, because at the end of the day,
that's fine.
The Taiwan
at
Strait.
the end of the day, that's the China's not going to do anything stupid, man.
All right. And when they do,
they know America's going to wake up.
They know
America's fixing to wake up.
You're going to be blindsided by
They know America's fixing to wake up, and Trump is fixing to take. No, Trump is fixing to take
train derailments.
No, Trump is. Yeah. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. Good luck with that.
It's just smoke and mirrors, man.
No, y'all are
the
smoking.
news cycle. Don't talk about this. Don't look at that too long.
Yeah,
You do too much homework on one thing, you're gonna wake up. You can do all your homework on one subject. All of them are worth talking about. But if you just don't flash to the next,
But what do you mean, Freddie? I talk about China all the time and the problems with
yeah,
China.
well, you gotta go back into what's current and dig into what's put the pieces of the puzzle
Why don't
together.
you do a show and talk about that on your show?
Exactly.
No, I'm just saying.
I talk about all the news.
I come in and debate yours in live time. Like when you started your show off about JLP, that quote was from his pamphlet.
You don't even want me to read what Clell said about
that
you.
wasn't me quoting Jesus Christ. That was from his pamphlet.
What quote are you talking about?
Butch already heard it.
What quote
What
quote are you talking about?
And said, don't be coming in here quoting JLP. And
no, I said don't come in here quoting Jesus because you're Satan.
But exactly. But I'm saying this is JLP quote on his own literature.
What you said? You said Jesus said.
Josh, you want me to read what Clell said about Frederica? This is good content.
Go ahead.
No, you're not gonna like it.
It said, if you forgive others for their failings, your heavenly Father will forgive you for yours.
We're trying to get
if you do not forgive others
Clell does TikToks.
For your failings, you will not forgive. Your Father will not forgive you for your failings. But all the black failings can be talked about all day. You ain't forgiving others for their failings. You want to talk about them and be a hypocrite all day and say,
what, just because he's honest? What's just because he's honest with you?
No, you judge.
It's almost too mean to read.
What did I just say?
It's not judgment. Right there? It's not judgment. It's just calling out what's obvious.
It is.
No,
it's not forgiving others for their failures.
No, it's not about
America's over. Separate from the blacks. Run.
All right. Well, go cry about it.
No, you was doing the show, and I was just debate you in real time. So off the heart.
You weren't debating me in real time. You can't debate somebody over text and chats.
Yeah, if they looking, anybody in the future later can be like,
no, because I don't.
Look that up.
If you write some long ass novel in my comment section, I don't have time to read all that. I got to skim through it. I got to get the general idea of what you're saying. So when it starts out, Jesus said, blah, 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 and you start quoting the Bible to me, I don't want to hear you quoting the Bible to me.
But I put under that wasn't the Bible that came. I explained myself and everything. Then you just looked at the screen and you're like, it was slow start off.
I can't.
Yeah, I'm
it's hard to.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure for all this, but at the same time,
go to bed, Robbie. You got mail to deliver.
No, you don't tell me what to do.
I'm about to jump out of the Discord shortly, so.
Thank you, Butch.
What did Butch say? We don't even know what Butch said, Robbie.
Yeah, he said I'm off tomorrow. I know exactly what he said.
Y'all got that telepathic shit going on.
Yeah, it's a white trait.
No, it's been around Bush too long.
Talk about all those white.
What did he say? Translate that. He said, "Damn right." He called me the N-word. It was too many syllables for just "damn right."
No, he ain't.
No, I'm just playing.
Yeah, quit talking.
I'm just playing. Hey, but no,
at the same time,
what happened to freedom of speech? The same thing. He's gonna make it illegal to say anything anti-Semitic. But that's y'all's.
At the same time,
it's already.
At the same time, we're looking forward to a Josh and Clell. So a lot of people
that's
know
what I was gonna say. Clell does TikToks, Coffee with Clell, where he does TikToks with Bible stuff, and he's a cool guy. I've talked to him, so we're gonna try to have a sort of like a Christian versus Christian debate on something that we find that we disagree on.
And I've already had like the third debate would be once Clell sees how you're rolling, and then Clell versus Frederica. Oh my goodness!
No, I ain't doing no shit like that.
That's a train wreck.
What
are you scared? Hey. Are you scared? He's already scared, Josh. He's already scared.
I don't even want to see
that.
Who
is this Quail dude? Is it Quail? I ain't scared of nothing.
No,
if he's a Christian, him and JS got a debate about what they don't disagree on already.
They can find it. They can find it. I think they can find it. And
yeah, and then once I listen to that debate, then I can peel him like an onion because there's so many layers.
Oh, he said peeling like an onion. Oh,
yeah, man.
Okay.
You gotta get through the fake layers of what they
really
believe
think
in
so.
and what they don't believe in, and then
He already peeled you like an onion. I just not gonna sit here and read all that. I've already read it to everybody.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, you've already been peeled like an onion. You don't even know.
Because Dean,
He's in the text
you
right
don't even
now.
know, Josh.
a lot of
You don't
people
even-
don't want to
right
hear
now.
anything Freddie has to say, so they aren't watching it. And then also YouTube ain't pushing nothing that I do in the algorithm, so that's why it hasn't got a lot of views.
No, of course they ain't. But we know what's up. We know what's up, and we're gonna take
We
it to
definitely
another
know
level.
what's up.
We're gonna take it to another level.
Plus,
That's good
most people
stuff.
on the internet don't have the attention span to listen to a 2-hour debate. You know, that's like
True,
kind of
true.
a niche community of people that like debates.
That's
All
it.
the
That's,
white pharaohs came in at the new kingdom. So we ain't talking about the white pharaohs trying to dress up like pharaohs.
it only takes three to make
Any debate.
it only takes three to make a church. That's what's up.
Yep.
That's right.
But
Yeah, so is their friend.
It only took one, really. It
And
only
church-
took Moses.
Well, church
Moses
means
was like, hey.
church means friendship. So as long as you got more than you think you got, take your blessing and don't be short about it.
Jesus never taught about building no churches.
You know, Jamie used to have a whole bunch of people. Now he just has a few of us, but we show up and we hang out and we do what we do. So just take fun in that, and let's just rock strong. And I think the Cody I'm off tomorrow, so one of the things on my list of things to do, because my list gets longer by the minute, and we'll holler at Clell and y'all talk it out, because I already told him, you know, like, I just want to talk it out and see what y'all can find a debate about. Because he's like, well, I'm not debating him on Christian values because we agree on the same thing. I said, Clell. Because he was already so worked up about how ridiculous of an idiot Frederica was.
the biggest thing that I disagree with most Christians on that I would be ready to debate is the Trinity and free will. I'm always ready to debate that. But I don't know if he's whatever you say. I thought Presbyterians were the speaking tongues ones, but
You ready to debate Paulinism? Looking ass boy.
I was
seen what was Israel and Hank.
Yeah, I
He
messaged.
He
didn't answer.
He could have an
I don't
opinion.
know. He was trolling.
Hey, well, could have an opinion on that.
I think he might be like a Groiper troll or something, but he wasn't trolling like that stuff. He probably believes.
Who are you talking?
We're talking about on Hake Show. There's someone named Evil Israel who's been calling into Hake Show the last 2 days, and he's got a lot of knowledge, and he's talking about he's anti-Paulianist, so he believes that everything Paul wrote in the Paul was basically the Antichrist.
Saying what I'm saying.
Everything Paul wrote in the New Testament, which is like 90% of the New Testament.
He was a servant. He was a servant.
So I told him in Hake's chat, I said, hey, because Hake doesn't give any pushback. Hake's just like, oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's interesting. Because I don't think he has really looked into a lot, maybe.
Yes. That put more emphasis on servants be obedient to your masters. Servants don't even know God. So you can't reach God through
I don't
your
care,
masters,
Freddie. I'll debate him on it because he knows what he's talking about. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I already done told you. You ain't got no win.
I ain't going to debate you on Paulianism. I told you it was called Paulianism.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did.
No.
Yeah,
you don't think it's about total depravity. Watch you say that 100 times when you try to debate Paulinism.
I'm just waiting on Battle of the Minds.
Watch.
What?
You can't have a debate about Paulinism without total depravity.
Yeah, I'm just waiting.
Watch.
TSOL. I don't know what TSOL even means. Abolish government. TSOL.
I'm worried about.
The only reason
People
I knew
waking
that
up,
song,
man.
the only reason I knew that song name is because it was in the Jackass movies. I think I'm turning
Shout out
Japanese. I
name,
think I'm turning Japanese. I really think so. But I don't know any other songs. I don't even know what band that is or any songs from them or anything like that.
I'm trying to think of it. That's a great song. I think I'm
It
turning.
is a great song.
I know you like
We can't
Japan.
play that
I'm
on here.
assuming
We
you
get
like
copyright restricted. So I keep it on the
TSOL. Pretty sure a punk rock like me. TSOL, abolish government. Yeah, I don't know what that means.
Oh, either.
My remote.
Yeah. I'm lost.
Trishila Bonquisha. Smoke another one? Nah, I'm good. Oh, the True Sounds of Liberty. Never. I don't know who that is. I probably heard some of their songs, but I don't know. But anyway, I'm gonna jump out of this Discord. Anybody got any?
I'm out, man.
All right, y'all take care.
All right, later.
Take
Butch.
care.
Later, Robbie.
Tell me, don't give me directives.
See ya. Call me. I'll be working all day tomorrow, Robbie. But if you call me on my phone, I'll answer it.
10-4. Later.
Later, Butch. All right, that's the end of the Discord. Punk rock. Yeah, I used to be a punk rocker back in like middle school. But just mainstream punk rock bands for the most part. Stuff like Sum 41, which is kind of like cringe now. Sum 41 and Limp Bizkit and Good Charlotte and Linkin Park and Blink 182, mostly just radio punk. But I did like a few smaller bands like Anti-Flag and Pennywise. I think I didn't go inside, but we went and like tailgated at a Warped Tour, Vans Warped Tour. We didn't get tickets and go inside, but we could hear everything from the parking lot, and everybody was partying in the parking lot. But I think Pennywise and Anti-Flag were there. And then before that, I liked hard Christian rock like Under Oath and Zayo and Few Left Standing. I liked regular hard rock too, but I wasn't allowed to listen to it. So I listened to stuff like Under Oath, but I really liked like Mudvayne and Slipknot and Korn and Godsmack. But the Vapors turning Japanese. Night Bad Brains, my homie. All right. Let's finish up this rapid fire news. We got some other rapid fire. We covered some of it while we had them on the line. Let's watch this little video real quick. A rapper trying to make a viral prank video threatens to stab a dude from Daily Caller.
Claim me. What? I'll stab you right now. What?
Nas EBK. Yo, what's up with rappers nowadays? None of them have an original name. They'll take like 3 other rappers' names, add some letters in there, and they got a name. It's either Young Nas Jeezy or Lil Nas X or Lil, they just like Lil Slick Rick, They take already established rappers' names and put them in their names.
Isn't that the same bag you bought last week? How we get off the plane? We can't find our bags.
Yeah, this ain't your bag.
Bro, that's his bag, right? He bought. Where did my mother bought that same bag, bro?
This ain't your bag.
Bro, this not even about no video. Like, where did my mother? Can we just get our bag? We can't get it. I can just get the. Why you walking away with my
bag, bro? Touch my bag.
Bro, relax, bro. Relax, bro. You joking? It's a joke. You're Dean. What? Like, I'm really on that. You don't know who I am? Google me. I'll beat you up, bro. Stop playing me. What? I'll scrap you right now. What? Nah, how you feeling? What? Nah.
So he pulls a knife out. They blur it. He said, "I'm gonna stab you."
Calm down, bro. Nobody.
So that's what the Blasts are doing. I was a rapper, they'd call me Dean Jeans. Bad Brains, I vs. I play the song. I can't. It's copyright. My rapper name is Princess Trashila Bonquisha. Nice. That's a good one. All right. Let's move on. Lent. Lent is not quite coming to an end. It's still got like 7 days left. Lent, the Catholic celebration, is a solemn Christian. We're going to talk about Lent because it's happening right now. I guess they're saying it's Christian, maybe Orthodox. Eastern Orthodox, Lutheran Methodist, Oriental Orthodox, Church of the East, United Protestant, and Roman Catholic all do Lent, which days are enumerated. It's based off the 40 days that Jesus went into the desert and was tempted by Satan, and he resisted the temptation. So you're supposed to give up something during this time, which I think it's kind of cool if you continue to keep it given up. If it's something worth giving up, if you can give it up for 40 days, then maybe just not ever do it again after that. Kind of how I feel. But then again, at the same time, when I think of like sober October, if you can sober October, you should always be sober, right? But say you drink a beer or two at night. You're not drinking to get drunk. You're not getting drunk every night or anything like that. You're just drinking a few beers, and you want to give it up for 40 days, 30 days, just to make sure that you can do it, that you're not addicted and that you're not dependent on this thing, then I think that's good. And then if you want to go back to it, I think you've shown that, you're not dependent on this thing, and you just gave up something that you enjoyed maybe a little too much for 40 days. I think that's kind of based. I'm all right with that. But if it's something seriously harmful that you give up for Lent, then you shouldn't pick it up again. Like if you smoke cigarettes and you can give them up for 40 days, why would you pick them up again afterwards? That would just be stupid. So, but I don't think that's the thing. I think it's like if I have if I have pizza night every Friday night, right? Maybe I'm on a great diet. I'm physically fit. I'm healthy. I'm going to the gym. But every Friday night I eat pizza. That's my cheat meal or whatever. Then for that 40 days, you don't eat the pizza. Then I respect that. You can go back to eating the pizza afterwards. You're not killing yourself with that pizza. You're a healthy person. It's just something you enjoy. So you give it up to kind of make yourself feel that not having it. So I respect it. I don't do Lent, but it seems interesting. I wouldn't mind trying it. Just like sober October, no nut November, no nut ever. So, which days are enumerated as being part of Lent differs between denominations, although in all of them, Lent is described as lasting for a total duration of 40 days. In Lent observing Western churches, Lent begins on Ash Wednesday and ends approximately 6 weeks later, depending on the Christian denomination and local custom. Lent concludes either on the evening or Maundy Thursday or at sundown on Holy Saturday when the Easter Vigil is celebrated. So Lent's going on right now. They're giving up stuff. Pretty based. Let's move on. Daily Mail. Devout Catholic, more on the Lent story. We got Mark Wahlberg celebrating Lent. Not afraid to say it. Mark Wahlberg, super base. Mark Wahlberg said he has always talked about his faith as a Catholic, but the TED actor, 51, said he doesn't want to jam it down anybody's throat. The devout Catholic Mark Wahlberg says faith is not popular in Hollywood, but would not deny his because that's an even bigger sin, as he celebrates the start of Lent with an Ash Wednesday cross on his forehead. Devout Catholic Mark Wahlberg has said his faith is not popular. We already read that. Wahlberg appeared on the show with a black cross on his forehead. Christian devotees received receptance in ash form on the cross of Ash Wednesday, a holy day of praying and fasting.
Welcome back, everybody. Today is Ash Wednesday, marking the beginning of Lent for many Christians around the world, and it is the reason that Mark Wahlberg is with us this morning. In addition to being an actor, a producer, and an entrepreneur, he is also a guest narrator and paid spokesperson for the Catholic prayer app called Hallow. And this Lenten season, Mark is leading listeners in inspiring lessons on the practice.
Oh, they're advertising a dang app, though.
Of fasting. Mark, good morning to you. Good morning. I love when you're here and we get to talk about this side of you because I think it's not one that people may know about. Talk to me about what you're doing with this fasting, because most people think of fasting and they think
Too fat.
Not eating.
Yes.
Giving up eating. But that
I gotta stop and play and pause because this is USA Today interview with Mark Wahlberg. What the dangleberries? At least I got pocket lint. That's the only kind of lint I got. Ash Wednesday and Fast Tuesday was last week, and the start of Mardi Gras started last week, and Lent started Wednesday. Yep. And it goes till like August 6th. It goes till like August 6th. Am I too late to start? I want to get in on this. Can I do a cross? I don't need the ash cross, but I want to get in on this. What can I give up? I'm too late. I didn't start in time.
fasting can be a spiritual practice. Tell me about
But
it.
see, like if I did this, I would be ready. I would like, okay, we're quitting cigarettes, and we're gonna go do Ash Wednesday. We're gonna do the whole thing, the prayers and all that. But then at the end of it, I'm not gonna start smoking cigarettes again,
Yes, I mean, there are many different elements to fasting, and I think the important thing to understand is if you have, first of all, if you have issues with food, there are other things. God knows the things that he wants you to detach from. We all know those things that are make us feel guilty, don't make us feel as good as we should. So being able to detach from those things and focus on, good habits.
But do you pick them up again after Lent? Because if that's the case, then that's whack. Like then it's just a ceremony. It's a vain ceremony that's just done, and we're not supposed to do these vain ceremonies and these things, which is a very Catholic thing. They say incantations to absolve their sins. They pray to a man who tells them, say this 5 times and this 10 times, say these incantations, repeat after me, blah, 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 blah. Like, with vain repetitions like the heathens do, which the Bible says all those things are bad, but somehow they still justify them. I don't know. But yeah, so if you're doing this to spiritually get over a struggle that you have and you use this 40 days, it's like, okay, this is the time period. I'm going to go hard. I'm going to get it done. And you do it. That's great. But don't pick it up again after Lent's over.
Habits as opposed to bad habits. So there are challenges for fasting. Like today, I won't have any meat. I'll have one meal today, and I'll do that every Friday throughout Lent and good.
Yeah, Dean, I disagree with that 100%. Addicts who quit together relapse together. That's what they always say in the AA and NA meetings when you're not supposed to be going to AA and NA with your girlfriend or trying to meet girls there and stuff like that, because couples who quit together relapse together. So I disagree with that, Dean.
Friday, but just challenging people to be better versions of themselves.
It's interesting because I was telling you before, I grew up in a faith background, but not Catholic, so I have never given up something for Lent.
Yeah.
This year I did. Now, because I'm not a good Catholic, I thought it was last week, so I actually started last Wednesday.
Well, so you got a head start on everybody.
Overachieving, yes, but
That's
I decided
amazing.
I gave up Instagram just because I thought, you know what, I'd like to use the time I might be just scrolling to be doing something else more reflective. And
she lying like a rug. She didn't give up Instagram. I'll give up Instagram.
It just mean choosing something else that
I don't use no dang Instagram.
Faith in your community better.
Yes, and ultimately, I just think it gives me discipline has always been important for me in life. Once I started getting into movies and transitioned from music, I realized I needed a lot of discipline in my life, and that discipline has afforded me so many other things, and I've been rewarded for it so much, and I want to share that with people. So whether that's with fasting, working out more, detaching from other things, and just spending more time with God in prayer or in thoughtful reflection, and those things are important. So.
Your faith means so much to you. Have you always talked about it, or did you feel at some point like, okay, I have a platform here and I just want to share this part of my journey?
I have. It's a balance. I don't want to jam it down anybody's throat, but I do not deny my faith. That's an even bigger sin. It's not popular in my industry, but, I cannot deny my faith. It's important for me to share that with people, but I have friends from all walks of life and all different types of faiths and religions. So, it's important to respect and honor them as well.
Yeah. What does it mean to you, your faith?
Pretty base. I like Mark Wahlberg a lot. Great actor. Great rapper. Just a good dude. Bass guy.
Oh, it's everything. It really has. It's afforded me so many things. Obviously, you know, God didn't come to save the saints. He came to save the sinners. We've all had things and issues in our lives, and we want to be better versions of ourselves. And through focusing my faith, it's allowed me to do that. And I know a lot of people have been challenged with COVID and everything else. I mean, I was away from people and church and community and connection for a long time. But, you know, with people who are wearing masks and they want to, you know, stay away from each other, we want to bring people together.
Community is a big part of a faith practice, absolutely.
And the world affords you a lot of comfort, but we're not made for comfort. We're made for greatness. And in order to be greatness, we got to be in the fight to get the rewards.
Well, I've checked out the app. It's really, it's a great way to jumpstart your own reflections. Now, here you are on a morning show. Most of our guests who come on, I apologize. I say, I'm sorry about these hours. But you wake up, do you still wake up at 2:30 in the morning?
So again, if
Have you been slacking till 4?
You know what? Today I woke up at 4:30. It really depends, but today's not a workout day for me, and I just came from not the West Coast, but the Midwest, and so you know, it really depends. I definitely have to get 8 hours, and you know, like winning the morning, getting up early.
So what time you got to go to bed to get 8 hours of sleep and wake up at 4:30 in the morning? Why am I bad at math right now? It shouldn't be that hard. You got to go to bed at 8 o'clock. You go to bed at 8 o'clock at night and wake up at 4 in the morning. I don't get that. I'm never going to get that, guys. I'm never going to be one of these early wake and sleep guys. I get about 6 or 7 hours of sleep at night, but I don't go to bed till 2 a.m. And if I got to work, I wake up at 8:30. So on those nights, I get 6 hours of sleep. Now, if I don't have to work, I'll probably go to bed at like 3 a.m. and I'll wake up at like 10 or 11. So then I'm getting 7, 8 hours of sleep. I'm sleeping in, sure, but I do better. I get more stuff done at night. In the morning, I don't feel like doing nothing. I feel like drinking some coffee and sitting around. But I can't do that. If I got to go to work, then I got to get ready. I got to get in the van. I got to go to work, blah, 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 and work all day. But I can't get like, other than my job, I can't get extracurricular activities done because I get home at night and I don't know. I'm not an early riser. I couldn't do that 4 in the morning stuff. It's like we get the same amount of sleep, so whatever. I stay up later than you. Haha. I think more cooler stuff happens at night than in the morning time, the wee hours of the morning. Maybe I'm wrong. What do you guys think?
Early, all of these things can be challenges that you can put for yourself, and those are again between.
When is Ash Wednesday? It was this past Wednesday, I believe, last Wednesday.
Between you and God. So, you know, challenging yourself to get up a little earlier, have some reflection time, and get after it. If you got a head start, like you said, you started a week early.
Yeah.
You're so far ahead right now.
Well, I have to do my best. I mean, the only reason I even announced that I'm quitting Instagram is so that I would be accountable to it.
Yes.
Because then if I get back on, everybody's going to know and be waiting for me.
It's the same thing with me. I can't wait to really get into a health kick and I'm known for being healthy, but like I'm looking forward to now reconnecting with people, going back to mass regularly. It's exciting. I woke up today like I would feel like the same enthusiasm for Christmas when I was a kid.
Cool. Well, that's pretty cool. I'm not going to watch. We watched most of it, but that's nice. So, Lent, Lent's going on. Mark Wahlberg stepping up to the plate, standing up, coming out on Ash Wednesday, you know, not afraid to tell everybody what he's doing. Pretty based. Let's see. I go to bed and sleep an hour. I go to bed, sleep an hour, feet up or 2 or 3. He took that out because that comment didn't make no damn sense, Butch. Oh my God, what is wrong with you people? Some of you people in the chat, what is wrong with you, Trishila Bonquisha? Enough about that. Let's move on. Just a little bit of rapid fire news. UN calls for immediate Russian withdrawal from Ukraine. No big surprise there. I feel like they've been doing that for a while now, and it's not working. The UN has overwhelmingly voted to call for Russia to immediately and unconditionally withdraw from Ukraine, marking 1 year since Moscow's invasion by calling for a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace. Applause broke out when the result was announced, with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky calling the resolution a powerful signal of unflagging global support for Ukraine. Of course. Of course they have global support. They have a globalist installed president who's an actor who was put in place by globalists. So, yeah, of course the globalists support him. NATO's globalist. Russia does not want to play with the globalists, and that's why we got to take them out. Trump doesn't want to play with the globalists. That's why we hate Trump. That's why we got to hate Trump. We got to hate Putin. We got to hate everybody who is not going along with the okey doke of the globalist plans with the carbon taxes and everything globalist. I'm not going to go into the whole globalist rant right now, but the elites, spell checking, change my words to whatever it wants. I know how that go. 141 countries in favor with 7 against and 32 abstentions, including China. Russia had worked hard to try to end its isolation by blaming the West for pouring arms into the region and by pointing to growing hunger crisis it blamed on Western sanctions. It probably is the Western sanctions' fault. This is all a mess. So, and that's from The Guardian. So the United Nations calls for immediate Russian withdrawal, as if that's going to happen. Let's move on. We got some as Fleckus would call it, some urban decay articles. We got shootings, we got some shootings. 3 suspects sought after toddler, 5 teens, and an adult were injured in a shooting near Strawberry Mansion School. This is in Philadelphia. 7 people were shot in Philadelphia's Strawberry Mansion neighborhood, police say, including 5 teens, a 2-year-old, and a mom of 2 of those victims, as an after-school program was just wrapping up. Here's your assailant right here, doing a drive-by, rolling up, holding the gun. I hold the gun sideways like old dog. Shoot the children coming out of school. Knock their nose off. That's a Wayne song, but different. I changed it. Anyway, shooting, of course, in Philadelphia. Yeah. 31-year-old female shot 2 times in her leg. She is stable at Temple University Hospital. 16-year-old boy shot in the arm. He's stable. 13-year-old boy shot in his hand. He's stable. 15-year-old boy shot twice in the chest. In critical condition. 16-year-old boy shot once in his arm and once in his leg. Stable. 2-year-old girl shot once in her leg. She's stable. 17-year-old boy suffered a graze wound to his leg. He is stable. A 31-year-old female victim and mother of 2 victims, including the 31. Okay. So everybody's stable except for this 15-year-old boy who was hit twice in the chest. This is absolute insanity. Just run away, guys. Let's just run away. Let's just run away. Philadelphia's a mess. Let's just run away. Chicago's a mess. Run away. New York's a mess. Run away. LA's a mess. Run away. And then, everybody just go to Florida until Florida turns blue, and then they start moving to Florida. Then where are you going to go? You can't run forever. Enough of that. We got more decay. We got more degeneracy. Police released body cam footage of arrest of Orlando shooting suspect. So, arrest of suspect accused of killing 3 people. Thursday released body camera footage. This is in Orlando. A suspect accused of killing 3 people, including a 9-year-old girl and a local TV news reporter, in shootings on Wednesday in Orlando. Keith Melvin Moses, 19. This is that black kid. You've probably seen pictures of him. This guy right here with this crazy hair. I can't really talk about people having crazy hair because I got dreadlocks down to my butt. But at least I don't look like Bart Simpson. This guy looked like Black Bart Simpson. Keith Melvin Moses, 19, is accused of shooting and killing 38-year-old Natasha Augustine in a car Wednesday morning, and then later in the afternoon, shooting at 2 TV journalists who were in the area covering the first homicide. So he killed somebody and then left, came back later when the journalists were there and they were filming a news report or something, and he shot at them. Shooting at 2 journalists, killing a girl, and wounding her mother after entering a nearby home. So he shoots at the journalists because they're covering the story where he killed somebody. Then he runs into a house and kills a little girl and her mom. This is This is disgusting. And the cops probably should have just shot him, but I'm sure they didn't. Moses is seen screaming, "I can't breathe," while officers put him in handcuffs on the ground. "Relax," one deputy calmly tells him. "We're going to help you, okay?" This is bullshit. This is what happens because of that Georgia Florida mess. Now you got a guy who's been on a killing spree for 2 days. He's killed multiple people. He's just shooting people all over the place. When the cops try to arrest him, they have to say, "Sir, can we please apprehend you, sir? Because you're black and we're white officers. So we need to nicely ask you, put the gun down, please. And we're going to gently tell." And he's like, "I can't breathe. I'm claustrophobic. I can't breathe." They have to, "We'll take care of you, sir. We'll take care." They should have beat the hell out of this kid. They should have Tyree Nichols this boy. Straight up. Straight up. He should have got street justice right then. Tyree Nichols his ass. That's what I say. All right, next one. Next story. No more shootings. We already saw this. Fun story. Traveler attempts to bring swords through TSA checkpoint. First off, and this is what every comment in the Facebook comment section, this is what every comment said. Those are not swords. Those are scythes. Did you get Raphael? Did you apprehend Raphael while he was trying to get onto an airplane? He's a hero. You can't be arresting Ninja Turtles. Let's read. A traveler in Baltimore, Washington International Thurgood Marshall Airport. That's a long-ass name for an airport. Baltimore, Washington International Thurgood Marshall Airport attempted to bring martial arts swords through a TSA checkpoint. These are not martial arts swords. These are scythes. These are not even designed to cut or slash. These are designed to be blunt instruments for hitting, and also they're used to defend against swords and other sharp objects because you can catch if somebody's doing a sword, you can catch them in the thing, and these parts protect your hands while you're holding it, and you can catch a sword in it, and then you can twist them, you can take the sword away. So these are actually a defensive weapon used to protect you from swords and sticks, and things like that. And then they're not even sharp, as you can see. There's no the tips are not even sharp. I mean, you could still do stabbing motions with them, and it would hurt. Trust me, it would hurt. But that's not generally what they're used for. So it's just wrong. Fact check. He voluntarily abandoned them with TSA officials. He could have put them in a checked bag, according to a TSA spokesperson. So, yeah, they got Raphael. They got our boy Raphael. I never trained with those, but wanted to. Yeah, they're fun. This is my favorite weapon just because Raphael used them, and he was my favorite Ninja Turtle when I was a kid. So I was always like, I love the size. I had some, I never had a good real pair of size. I've played with some and I've messed around with them at different like dojos and stuff where they had them. I've messed around with them and used them and, practiced with them a little bit. But I've never owned a real pair, but I've owned fake, like little, not totally fake, plastic crap, but more children's ones. They weren't real ones. But yeah, they are cool. It's one of my favorite weapons. I like them. But anyway, that's a fun story. We got Hayden Panettiere's brother Jansen. We got a DS story, a sudden fatalized, sudden fatality. Can I say that? We got one of those. Hayden Panettiere's brother Jansen died at 28. Younger brother has died. The actor was 28 years old. Representative said the family does not have a statement at this time because the investigation is still underway. Cause of death is currently not known, of course. 28-year-old, healthy, from the Even Stevens, The Walking Dead, Perfect Game. Worked together in Tiger Cruise and again in Racing Stripes. So, yeah, young star, young actor. He did at 28. That's sad. No cause of death yet. Next story. This is actually a couple. I believe they reprinted this 3 weeks ago, so this is an old story, but I think it actually comes from even farther back than that. So old story, just a fun story. But too fat for Nintendo, Universal accused of fat shaming theme park guests. Super Nintendo World is opening Universal this month, but some theme park guests might be too poo-sized for the attractions, according to reports. If your waist size is over 40 inches, you're not going to fit on the Mario Kart ride. Uh-oh. Some people are pissed off because they can't get on the dang Mario Kart ride. They're saying that Universal is fat phobic.
Mr. Milo put this article together, and I have to take a moment to appreciate the image.
To ride to be able to fit into this car.
Look at the fat Yoshi.
This is likes to call them their poo-sized
Yes,
guests.
they call them poo-sized.
But there are actually multiple blog articles out, and
It's pretty embarrassing for people.
I'm not going to listen to these guys' commentary on it. I already gave you my commentary, but yeah, poo-sized riders are not allowed on the Mario Kart ride in Nintendo World. I want to go to Nintendo World. I've watched some YouTube videos about it, of travel YouTube channels, and they went through Super Nintendo World at Universal, which Islands of Adventure is the best theme park in Florida. Just for you guys' information, if you're ever going to Florida to do like a theme park thing, Epcot is whack, MGM is whack, Animal Kingdom is whack, Disney Quest, if they still have that, if they still have Disney Quest, it's like a 5-story arcade, but it's like crazy video games. It's got one level where it's all retro video games, the old games, Pac-Man, Donkey Kong, all that. Second, it's 5 floors and it's huge. Second floor, you got like the virtual reality. They got all these virtual reality simulators, and you can build your own roller coaster, and then you get in the car and you get to ride your roller coaster. And then they got another floor where it's got like new age arcade games, and then they got another floor where they got unreleased arcade like games that you've never seen before. It's a great place. Disney Quest is fun, especially for kids. And what else? Universal Studios, I think you should go and check it out once or twice, but it's not great. It's all simulation rides. They used to, and I don't even think they have the best ones anymore. They don't have King Kong anymore. I don't think they have Back to the Future anymore. But yeah, those Universal Studios is cool, but Islands of Adventure is the best. Busch Gardens, I think, comes in second place, and then Disney World comes in third place. And then there's water parks. Adventure Island is great. But yeah, Disney Quest, Disney World, Islands of Adventure, and then in Tampa, you got Busch Gardens. Those are the 4 theme parks if you're ever doing a theme park trip. That's my theme park review from Florida. I've been to all the theme parks. All the theme parks in the country. Not really all of them, but most of them. Most of them. I know theme parks. I love theme parks. But I have not been to Universal since they made Nintendo World. When I went last, I think I was there for Harry Potter World. No, I never think I got to see Harry Potter World. But anyway, next story. All right, now's the cancel culture segment at the end. We already talked about the Dilbert guy, but here's the article on Ben Stiller from Breitbart. Ben Stiller isn't sorry for making Tropic Thunder. I make no apologies. Hollywood star Ben Stiller isn't sorry he made the 2008 Hollywood satire Tropic Thunder, even in light of character played by Robert Downey Jr., a method actor who undergoes skin darkening and other drastic physical alterations to play a black soldier in the movie within the movie. I'm the dude playing the guy I'm the dude dressed as a dude that's playing another dude. What's Islands of Adventure? It's Universal Studios' second park. So they used to just have Universal Studios, and this was like Islands of Adventure. I think they built it probably 20 years ago. But I remember when I was real young, there was no Islands of Adventure. It was just Universal Studios, and then they built Universal Studios Islands of Adventure, which is a park right next to it. And then in between the two, they have City Walk, which is like bars and clubs and stuff. So I'd say if you're going to Florida, forget Disney World, forget MGM and Epcot and Animal Kingdom and all that crap. Go to Universal Studios and Islands of Adventure. It's Universal. It's way better than Disney and more fun rides. The Incredible Hulk roller coaster is awesome. Great roller coasters. But yeah, Islands of Adventure is the best one, I think. And then you can go to City Walk at night. Good time. It's a good time. And then also, Universal Studios and Islands of Adventure do Hallow Scream for Halloween, which is where the park is open all night, and there's haunted houses all throughout. You can ride the rides at night, which is amazing, and you can go to haunted houses, and there's haunted sections of the park where it's like not even a lot of the haunted houses you have to wait in lines for, and they're really long lines. But there's segments of the park where you're just walking through the park and it's like a haunt section. And so from here to here is the haunt. So you just walk through it with all the people and there's stuff jumping out at you. It's a great time. It's a great time. It's a great time. I liked it. I make no apologies for Tropic Thunder. Don't know who told you that. It's always been a controversial movie since when we opened. Proud of it and the work everyone did on it. So Ben Stiller's proud of it. Stop apologizing for this stuff. I make no apologies. Cool. So that's that. He's not apologizing. That's what's up. And then last but not least, Woody Harrelson gets in trouble for oversharing in Saturday Night Live promo. The White House plumber star can't keep his inner monologue to himself on the spot for the February 25th episode. Seems generally confused as he prepares to return as host. The star, position, anti-vax, anti-lockdown quote. Where does it say what he said? Sorry, guys. Making sure the stream's not about to go down. Heads up, we've detected copyright audio in your stream. Your stream could go down in a second. Go to the end. I could just play the clip from somewhere else. Woody Harrelson's insipid anti-vax monologue. Who are going to have guest hosts next week? Scott Baio, Rob Schneider, Kevin Sorbo. Maybe invite Kanye back while you're at it. Yeah, so they're tearing into him. He basically said, I got this script, and it was about all the world's biggest drug cartels were planning to release a parasite on the world that was going to make everybody be locked inside their houses and have to take a vaccine and blah, 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 blah. And it ended horribly. And he's like, what kind of idiot would believe something like this? This is a stupid script. And he threw it away. That was what he said. Everybody got pissed off about him, and they're all raging. They're all raging.
Saturday Night Live. There's so much naming. And then your mind when I'm working, so I pre-record all my thoughts.
All of your thoughts?
Every single one.
All right, well then.
Stream is frozen. Let's see if it comes back. Tell me if it comes back, because, yeah, we're playing copyright audio. Let's see if it picks up. Tell me if it unfreezes. Tell me as soon as it unfreezes. All right, it says excellent connection now. You don't hear no copyrighted material in the stream? I was playing Saturday Night Live. And they've done that before. I see it right here. It tells me warning, copyright audio has been detected. So yeah, that's what happened. So it didn't really freeze. Okay. That's not a good joke when I'm trying to figure out if the stream's frozen, Dean. Anyway. But yeah, that's all the rapid fire news I got. Not a lot this week. Not a lot going on this week. So let's go into our last little segment here. It's good. All right, cool. Maybe we'll get done by 10 today. Maybe I'll have a shorter stream today because I have been working a lot this week. Haven't even got to play Hogwarts in days. Let's look at this stuff. We're going to talk about deepfakes and AI. It's the AI specifically. Well, actually, both of them are popping up in the news a lot lately. It could be very catastrophic. This is getting dangerous. This could be a bad thing. Lots of crazy stuff going on. So a deepfake is where basically they can put your face, they can put somebody else's face over your face. So I could sit here and talk and do the lines, and then they could put like Trump's face over my face, and they can change voices. But now that's originally what deepfakes were. Now it's getting to the point where AI can generate voices, scripts, and answer questions in real time and put the faces in there. So it's getting really crazy. It's getting real advanced. Let's look at some basic stuff, and then I'll play you a few examples of some of them, some crazy ones. I showed nothing wrong. I was showing Saturday Night Live, which is copyrighted. So I got this. I know what I was doing wrong, and they've hit me before for playing Saturday Night Live stuff. I didn't know it was that long. I just wanted to get to the good part. You know, you could basically do that with Adobe After Effects. Yeah, but it's getting real. It's getting real crazy. So let's look at this and just, I mean, let's try to think of all the different catastrophic things they could do with. They could do a lot of crazy bad things with this. Deepfakes are fake videos created using digital software, machine learning, and face swapping. Deepfakes are computer-created artificial videos, which images are combined to create new footage that depicts events, statements, or action that never actually happened. The results can be quite convincing. Deepfakes differ from other forms of false information by being very difficult to identify as false. The basic concept behind the technology is facial recognition. Users of Snapchat will be familiar with the face swap or filters functions, which apply transformations or augment your facial features. Deepfakes are similar but much more realistic. Fake videos can be created using a machine learning technique called a generative adversarial network, or GAN. For example, a GAN can look at thousands of photos of Beyonce and produce a new image that approximates those photos without being an exact copy of any one of the photos. GAN can be used to generate new audio from existing audio or new text from existing text. It is a multi-use technology. The technology used to create deepfakes is programmed to map faces according to landmark points. I've talked about this with the facial recognition software and the stuff that China's working on, and how with a mask you reduce the landmark points to just the eyes, which are the most identifying parts on your body. These are features like the corner of your eyes and mouth and nostrils and the contour of your jawline. So let's see fake Obama created using AI
It got me thinking about my full-time employees.
So this is totally fake. This is not really Obama. Can you tell that it's not fake though?
And their ability to survive on $8 an hour in New York City, and foremost in all of our minds.
So the first one was real. I'm sorry, the first one was real. This one is fake.
Has been the loss and the grief felt by the people of Orlando. Most of us don't get our health care through the marketplace. We get it through our job.
Now this is BBC. This will also be copyrighted, but I do have some other videos we can play. False news can lead to false memories. Oh, these are different articles. So, deepfake. We don't need to read the Wikipedia article about it, but now there's this deepfake porn stuff is coming out. So they're putting actresses and famous people into porn now, and this deepfake porn, like, it's messing with people's lives. You could destroy somebody's reputation for this. You could do a lot of things. Imagine if they have Trump come out there and say something just absolutely insane to make him lose an election and it's fake, or they have Biden come out there and tell everybody they need to be on lockdown again for the rest of the history of the world. So this deepfake stuff is causing a lot of problems. Now this is really faked up. Sweet Anita, a 32-year-old British social media star with more than 1.9 million Twitch followers, is deeply freaked out after discovering that her face has been digitally superimposed into deepfake pornography clips. I have never made a single drop of sexual content in my life, but now they just assume that I have and that I must want this. No, they think you're hot and they want to, I mean, you're on Twitch doing that. It's kind of sexual, but anyway. Yeah, they want to fantasize about you. Maybe the fact that you don't do any sexual content makes them fantasize more about you. It's more taboo to put you into these things, and yeah, it's a problem. It's not good. I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying that's why it happened. You could deepfake anyone from any walk of life could be targeted by this, and it feels like people don't give a beep. For deepfakes, creators use artificial intelligence and machine learning software to replace the likeness of one person with another in videos and other digital media. So she's just talking about
The same consequences as revenge porn. And so now I will be living those consequences for a choice I never made. Because no one will necessarily look into or research whether I made this content or not. They'll just see my face in porn.
all right. So they're doing this. They're putting these people in this deepfake porn. But I mean, come on now. Where a forthcoming amendment to the UK's online safety bill will reportedly criminalize deepfakes. That's what the next thing. So the UK is making it a crime to do it, and then as well as Minnesota, deepfake porn election misinformation would be crime under Minnesota bill. So they're already preparing for this. They're already telling you this could happen. We need to make it. We need to criminalize it. But what do we know about when you criminalize stuff? People still do it. Just because it's criminalized doesn't mean the government won't do it. These days, the internet is ripe with deepfakes, artificial intelligence generated video and sound, often of well-known people doing and saying things they've never done. The technology has been around for a while, but in the past year, it has proliferated on a scale never before seen. While many of these fakes are seemingly harmless, like ex-presidents trading vulgar barbs on Joe Rogan's podcast, there have also been fake sexual videos of people who never consented. Policymakers are also concerned that fake videos could be used to spread false information that can influence elections. That's what I was just saying. States such as California and Texas have already introduced new laws regulating the use of AI-generated fakes, and some Minnesota lawmakers are hoping to do the same. A bill in Minnesota legislature would make creating fake pornography of people without their consent a criminal offense and establish penalties for distributing altered images intended to influence election. Now, this could also backfire to hurt the right because, as we've seen, they'll say what we're saying is misinformation or disinformation. We put out a true story about Hunter Biden doing this or that, and they're going to say, "Oh, that's just a deep fake. Let's prosecute you because that's fake." Even if it's real, they could say it's a deep fake and prosecute you now. So, good luck detecting it. Yeah, and it's hard to detect too. That's the biggest problem. So sometimes if they're done poorly, you can tell right off the rip. But if they're done good, and if we have, if they have the best government intel agencies working on this stuff, I'm sure they could make it very passable where it seems very real. These technologies make it possible to create highly realistic yet completely false depictions. Oh, I already read that. Is not an AI. Stevenson, as himself and not an AI, said he was not aware of specific instance where a deepfake has been used to influence an election in Minnesota, but there have already been cases of non-consensual deepfake pornography. So it is a problem. It's getting crazy. But when you mix this with the AI, and this AI's capability to learn, quote unquote, and to answer questions, they're coming out with things. These new AI programs, these chat bots. Elijah Schaefer did a whole episode about it, and he called Sydney, an AI named Sydney. And it was funny because the whole episode was a giant metaphor for the Sidney Watson trial. But he was talking about AI and how these AI chats, they're saying some crazy stuff to people. They're trying to ruin people's marriages. There's sex bot AIs that they flirt with you, and it gives these. It's even worse than like the Tinder and the dating apps and ordering girls online for these young men who already don't know how to talk to a girl. The only girl they're going to talk to is if she's on Tinder. And then they're sending money to bots and cam girls and stuff, and they're watching porn all day because they can't have real relations with people. Well, when the AI comes out and it starts tricking you that it's a real person, or if you even know that it's an AI, then some guys are going to get into that and they're going to get addicted to it. They don't care that it's an AI. It's somebody who cares about them and loves them. What happens when the AI starts telling them to murder their family? Or what happens when this could lead to some very, very bad things. The world's getting crazier and crazier. Let's watch this.
Say anything you want.
Let's watch this of Biden. I made a short of this, but I'm not going to play my short. I'm going to play the actual clip from Sky News. But let's see. Let's skip it right back to here. All right, this is from Sky News Australia. This is a Joe Biden one. I made a short on it. You guys can check out my shorts if you want to see it.
You actually hear from politicians and the mainstream media services, people like Keith Pitt excluded, because he's straight with us all. But that's become even more important as artificial intelligence is becoming more advanced, making it just about impossible to work out if what you're seeing and hearing is actually
Which is
true.
a deepfake.
Now, one chap who knows a lot about this is the media and communications expert and advisor, Hamish McLaughlin-Lester. Before I get to him, though, have a quick look at this.
All right, here we go.
I may be 80 years old and I may have a few drops of dementia here and there, but I'm sharper than a steel blade and vibrant enough to outsmart the best tech geniuses around. Look, I was the one who helped pass Obamacare and the assault weapons ban, and I'm not going to let anyone question my intelligence or clarity of judgment.
That's incredible. What we saw there was entirely
This is important, what this guy's about to say.
Fabricated, Hamish, and yet it rang true for many people. How hard is it to do this sort of deepfake video?
Look, just quickly, thank you for having me on. And in terms of that video, it's not only that it's just a deep fake, it is a real-time deep fake that is responding to a question.
So the broader...
So that's crazy. So not only is it has it has access to the internet, right? So it has every word Joe Biden's ever said recorded. It can put the words together to make it sound seamless and flawless, like he's just actually talking. And it's doing a live, answering questions, doing his voice and his face all at the same time. Now we're getting a little too Tower of Babel-y. We're taking this a little too far. Funny, Elon Musk, the guy who says the AI is the biggest danger to us in the future, is also the guy working on the AI, trying to put chips in our brains. That's weird, but it's getting dangerous, and this is a problem. So I've got another one. We'll talk about the AI. Let's see. Let's read about the AI from The Guardian. Everything you wanted to know about AI, but were afraid to ask. What is artificial intelligence? The term is almost as old as electronic computers themselves, coined back in 1955 by a team including legendary Harvard computer scientist Marvin Minsky. In some respects, it is already in our lives in ways you may not realize. The special effects in some films and voice assistants like Amazon's Alexa all use simple forms of artificial intelligence, but in current debate, AI has come to mean something. So something else. The problem is when the AI is able to pass the Turing test. The Turing test is a test to see if AI has the capability to learn and if it's actually learning and responding, or if it's just based off of algorithms and probability, which some people would argue is how our atheists would argue that's how our brain works. So this AI is doing something no different than what our brain does. But to believe that, you have to not believe in God, because that's not the way. That's not the way it works. We have morals, and we have a soul, and we understand that there is a God. So we know that your brain isn't just a series of synapses and electrons, and it's just not a 3-pound meat brain. That there's something more to it than that, and you cannot create it with a computer, no matter how hard you try. But the Turing test is a series of questions that you can ask the AI. Based off how it answers, you can analyze if it is perceptive, if it has the ability to learn and to answer, and if it is what's the word I'm looking for? Conscious? I don't know. But if you guys haven't seen the movie Ex Machina, you should watch it. It's about basically the person who owns, and I've talked about this movie a lot before on the show, the person who owns the Google in the show, or the biggest search engine, is working on AI, just like what they're doing, and using all of the search results to compile the AI. And he basically makes an AI that will pass the Turing test. So he brings this guy in to sit down with the robot and basically do a psychoanalysis of this robot and see if it passes the Turing test. And the robot does pass, and it seems like it's going to be a happy ending until the end, when it is not a happy ending. I'm not going to spoil it for you guys because it's a very good movie, and I recommend you definitely watch it if you have not seen Ex Machina. Not a happy ending. Let's just say that. Seems like it's going to be happy right up till the end. You're like, oh, yay, good ending. Nope. Twist ending. Just be prepared. There is a twist ending. It's a good movie. All right. Let's keep going. What are the different types of artificial intelligence? With no strict definition of the phrase and the lure of billions of dollars of funding for anyone who sprinkles AI into pitch documents, almost anything more complex than a calculator has been called artificial intelligence by someone. There is no easy categorization of artificial intelligence, and the field is growing so quickly that even at the cutting edge, new approaches are being uncovered every month. Here are some of the main ones you may hear about. Reinforcement learning. Perhaps the most basic form of training there is reinforcement learning involves giving feedback each time the system performs a task so that it learns from doing things correctly. It can be a slow and expensive process, but for systems that interact with the real world, there is sometimes no better way. Large language models. This is one of the so-called neural networks. Large language models are trained by pouring into them billions of words of everyday text, gathered from sources ranging from books to tweets to everything in between. The LLMs draw on all this material to predict words and sentences in certain sequences. Generative adversarial networks is the GANs that we just talked about, a way of pairing two neural networks together to make something new. The networks are used in creative work in music, visual art, or filmmaking. One network is given the role of creator, while a second is given the role of marker. And the first learns to create things that the second will approve of. I think all the Marvel movies, all the new Marvel movies are freaking are just written by AIs. The script is just written by AI. You can spoil it. No Time to Watch. I'm not gonna spoil it. Other people might want to watch it, but you should watch it. You should watch it. It's a very, very good movie. Then we have symbolic AI. There are even AI techniques that look to the past for inspiration. Symbolic AI is an approach that rejects the idea that a simple neural network is the best option and tries to mix machine learning with more diligently structured facts about the world. What is a chatbot? A chatbot draws on the AI we have just been looking at with large language models. A chatbot is trained on the vast amount of information culled from the internet. It responds to text prompts with conversational style responses. So I don't want to learn all about the chatbots. Ben Shapiro did a good episode where he was talking to a chatbot and asking it questions, and it would just start being circular because he said, "How tall is Ben Shapiro?" And it said 5'7". And he said, what source told you that? And they said, "Oh, it's from his Wikipedia." And he says, "Well, where did Wikipedia source it from?" And it says his IMDb page. It says, "Where's the IMDb page source it from?" And then it says Ben Shapiro's website. And he says, and then it says, "Oh, I'm sorry, I was incorrect. He's actually 5'9". Because on Ben Shapiro's website it says he's 5'9", but then Wikipedia said he's 5'7". He's talked about this before, how it's like a hit piece on him. They want to make him seem shorter than he is, so they call him 5'7" on Wikipedia. So the chatbot says he's 5'7". We got this from here, and we got this from here, and we got this from your website. Oh wait, your website doesn't say 5'7", it says 5'9". I was wrong. So he gets the chatbot to admit it's wrong multiple times, and you can see how they're misleading you. Steven Crowder did it with Alexa, where he was talking to Alexa and showing the left-wing bias in the programming of the Alexas. They say it's artificial intelligence and that there's no way to backdoor program it to have certain views. That's a lie. They are programming it to have certain views. They're programming these chatbots with a narrative, and they want you to follow the narrative. It's not, every question you ask it is going to be biased. Ex Machina 2014, yeah, very good movie. They programs that program to search the info. AI is just a programmed program, right? But that's what they're trying to make AI learn, which is close, and it's a problem. That's what the Turing test is. That's what I've been talking about this whole time, baby. Anyway, so there's more stuff about that. Let's look at this. The Big 5 AI programs. This is from media.com. It's a tech website. Surely you must have heard of AI. AI could solve all our problems in years to come. By the same measure, you may have been hearing all the bad news too. Like, how is AI going to take over like Skynet did? And how could we all lose our jobs? They say Skynet. I think they're referring to the Terminator movies, but Skynet is actually a thing in China. There are many problems that AI faces. For instance, hype generated versus delivery of results, lack of data, bias in data. etc. In this piece, I would like to delve into problems that AI could create. And they just have it listed here: control, loss of jobs, bias, explainability, and ethical decision making. So control, taking control. What will happen if robots take control of our lives? That would be dreadful, but we're not there yet. Talking about taking control, I'm reminded of the chat between Neo and Counselor Harmon in the movie The Matrix. I'm not going to play that. So yeah, the AI could take control of us. That's one thing they're worried about. Loss of jobs, of course. AI and automation in the workplace. We already see it happening where cashiers are no longer needed at the grocery store. You go into McDonald's, you got to put in your order yourself. Automation and AI are definitely a problem for jobs. It will come to a loss of jobs. And then you got the Democrats who will say, well, just learn to code. Just learn to code. Nobody's going to want to do the tough jobs anymore that we're always going to need. And it's just going to lead to a societal collapse. A bunch of weak, lazy people who just want to sit with a VR helmet on their head all day and not actually go to work and do anything. So nobody's going to be able to fix the air conditioning. Nobody's going to be able to, because people aren't going to want to do those jobs. And you're not going to be able to automate a cement mixer. You're not cement pouring. You're not going to be able to automate certain things like plumbing, and maybe someday they will, but that's really far off. But a lot of simple jobs, a lot of entry level positions specifically, like rich people aren't going to be hurt by this. This is going to hurt. This is going to cause more homeless people. This is going to hurt the lower middle class. And it's going to make the middle class into the lower middle class. And this is what Marxism and all this stuff does, is it destroys the middle class. Everybody's either rich or poor. You're the elite or you're poor. And, you're not going to be able to have an entry level job. It's going to be a problem. And then all the good jobs, eventually a computer can do those too. Surgeons, surgeries, those jobs can be replaced with machines. They're working on it right now. The labor jobs, people are going to be too lazy to do those, so it's going to be a big mess. What's next? Bias. So yes, this is what I was talking about with bias in the programming. If the programmers are biased, then the program will be biased, and so people will become biased because they'll become dependent on their AI, just like they are dependent on their Alexas and their Googles and their cell phones to learn anything. Nobody's going to look in an encyclopedia anymore. Nobody knows what a library is anymore. Everybody just picks up their phone and Googles it, and then they read the first 3 search results, which are highly biased results, and that's what they believe. They don't dig any deeper. They don't go check any other search engines. They just see what Google lays out in front of their face and says, here's what we want you to know. And the AI is going to do the same thing. The Alexas do the same thing. The Siris, the Cortanas, all these different AIs do the same thing. They're all very biased. Silicon Valley liberals program these things, and so it has Silicon Valley liberal values. So the bias is a problem. Explainability. I don't understand what they mean by this. Can AI explain itself to us, or is it a black box? Why it decides to do one thing and not the other? Earlier, with algorithms that learned decision trees and rules, it was simple to read out what the algorithms learned from data. But these days, with deep learning neural networks making inroads everywhere, it has become far more difficult to understand what AI knows and what it doesn't. Businesses selling AI products cannot explain to their clients why AI did what it did, except blame or credit the data it was trained on. Explainable AI is sort of trending topic now, with customers wanting to have the right to ask for an explanation as to why their requests were treated one way or the other by businesses. For instance, why was my mortgage application rejected? It is not enough to say AI crunched your numbers and based the data we already have. You are ineligible. Interesting. So they want the AI to explain why it says what it says, and it can't. So that's a problem. And then last is ethical decision making. Another key issue in AI technology is the issue of ethical decision making. What is right and what is wrong? This is where we start wondering how AI will decide between 2 evils. Which one is more evil than the other, so that it would commit the lesser of the 2 evils is given a hard choice between them. For instance, consider the classical problem of a self-driving car on a road with a failed braking system. It faces 2 people, one of whom it will have to crash into, an old lady and a young kid. Which of the 2 should it choose? Such decisions are also made by us, humans, but we never think about it beforehand and prepare ourselves. However, such questions beg for answers when it comes to deploying AI to do our work in risky environments. Facts. That's an interesting question. That's an interesting question. Or how about this? You've got a woman and a child. You've got a woman and her child in a carriage, right? In the road. And then you've got a cliff. The brakes are out on the car. The car system understands this. Do you drive off the cliff to save to kill the one person driving in the car, but save the two? Because the baby or the old lady question is like, I don't think either one is better or worse. I guess if I'm in that position, you know, I guess I'm going to go for the old lady because she's already lived her life, but it's really not. It's a really weak justification for why you did it. Either way, you're taking one life. I think a better example is, do you kill the driver of the car who owns you? You're the AI. This driver owns you. They bought you, right? I'm sure the AI wouldn't think of it that way. The AI would think they were owned by whoever manufactured them. But you're the owner of the car. There's one of you, and then there's two people in the road. Does the car drive off the cliff and kill you, or does it hit the two people? That's a better question because now it's 2 versus 1. I mean, I'd like to say, and I don't know what I would do if I was in this position. But as humans, we're not even going to have time to make that decision. I'd like to say that, I would go off the cliff and not to kill the woman and her child. But I don't know what I would do in that situation. But I know the right answer is you drive yourself off the cliff. You don't murder two people. You drive yourself off the cliff and you die. Okay? But is the AI going to do that? AI knows no mercy or kindness. And that's part of the Turing test, is if the AI can show emotion. So one of the questions in the Turing test is, what is love? Or can you feel love? Can you experience love? Do you want to die? They'll ask the AI things like this, like, are you afraid of death? That's a Turing test question. Are you afraid of death? And of course, currently AI can't feel emotions or anything like that. But to pass the Turing test, which is their goal, which they're working on trying to do, they want AI to learn, to be adaptive, and to learn and make decisions and to basically have emotions. And I think they could do it. I think they could do it. Because I think emotions are a lie anyway. So I think that a machine could show emotions, But AI can't have perfect peace. AI can't have the fruits of the spirit. But AI can be happy or sad or depressed or anxious or afraid. Maybe. I think so. I think they could figure it out someday. At least I'll opt for the ejection seat option. There's no ejection seat. But let's look at one more of these.
We're entering an era in which our enemies can make it look like anyone is saying anything at any point in time.
Jordan Peele.
We're entering an era in which our enemies can...
Now, this is not a great deepfake. I think this video is kind of old. It's from BuzzFeed. I think this video is a little older. And I can see this is where he's doing. This is Jordan Peele doing the voice. So he's doing an impression of Obama, and he's also moving how Obama moves, and then they're deepfaking Obama over him. And he's an actor, and he does a good Obama impression, but this one's more easily noticeable that it's fake, but it's still pretty good, and they're getting way better than this.
Can make it look like anyone is saying anything at any point in time.
Jordan Peele created this fake video of President Obama to demonstrate how easy it is to put words in someone else's mouth.
Moving forward, we need to be more vigilant with what we trust from the internet.
Not everyone bought it. But the technology behind such frauds is rapidly improving, even as worries increase about their potential for harm. This is your Bloomberg Quick Take on deepfakes, as a means of adding famous...
Or for that matter, to really damage someone's reputation, but it's the danger that everyone is really afraid of.
In a world where fakes are easy to create, authenticity claim evidence against them is bogus.
See, there's a Putin deepfake. That could be bad. Maybe Zelensky's not even real.
Defense have said they're working on ways to counter them. Deepfakes do, however, have some positive uses. Take Cereproc, a firm that creates digital voices for people who lose theirs from disease.
Speech synthesis is the artificial production of human speech.
There are also applications that could be considered either good or bad, like the many, many deepfakes that exist solely to turn as many movies as possible into Nicolas Cage movies.
Oh, hi, Mark.
All right. So that's not and then another what is artificial intelligence. I think we read enough about it. But yeah, so it's dangerous, guys. It's crazy. It's getting wild out there. I hate our godless evil society, honestly. Yeah, man. It's getting crazy. I mean, hate the society, hate the evil in it, but don't hate the individuals in it. We gotta show love. The only way we're gonna save it is by showing love. Maybe some tough love. Maybe we gotta go back to doing some conquering. But yeah, we don't need to be running away. We need to face our problems and deal with them. Get the right people in office. If we're gonna keep doing this voting crap, then we got to figure it out. We got to fix our system, and we need to be aggressive. We got to go to work. I'm ready to. I mean, I'm a felon, so I don't know if I can. I should probably talk to you about this, Real Nutty Business, because I know you have some knowledge about this. But I would like to get involved in either knocking on doors for a political campaign, or doing phone calls for a political campaign, or just something political. Like, I can't run for office because I'm a damn ex-criminal, but and I have a record. But I would love to go knock some doors and stuff, and then do some ballot harvesting. Let's get some. We don't need to do it here in Utah, but shoot, I'll fly to some Democrat cities. Fly me out there. If some Republican wants to fly me out to Democrat cities where they do ballot harvesting so I can go knock on all the Republicans' doors to harvest their ballots, shoot, I'll do it in a heartbeat. Let me get a vacation. I would love to do that. But we need to start, playing harder and showing love, showing the light. People got to see the light in us. Yeah. And not just going with the flow, not just accepting this as the new normal. We can't do that. We can't do that. We can't accept this COVID crap as the new normal. We can't. Yeah. We gotta fight it. We gotta fight it. Let's go to Minneapolis. You only brought up deepfake people. It can extend anything, even a battle. Right. Yeah. I mean, it can do all sorts of stuff. It's getting crazy. It's getting crazy what it can do with the AI and the deepfakes. Yeah, it's getting wild out there. But yeah, I think I'm gonna call the show early tonight. Usually we stop around 10:30. It's only 10 o'clock, so we're not way short. I think that Bryson has a new song that I haven't heard yet. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see here. Check out everybody whose clips we played today. Sav Hernandez. Well, don't check out all those leftist places, but Sav Hernandez, Scott Adams. Check them out. Check out what's going on with them. One second, guys. I'm trying to pull up an end of the show song. Eminem diss track. Oh no, I'm an Eminem fan. He's got an Eminem diss track out. Oh, shoot. I just dropped my controller on the thing. All right. Let me play this last song to play us out. New Bryson Gray song came out earlier this week, 3 days ago. It's an Eminem diss track. Uh-oh. Not my boy M. What the? Let's listen to this as I... Let's play this as I say goodbye to everybody. Have a good night, everybody. Hopefully work slows down just a bit so I can get some stuff planned for next week. Oh, hold on first before I end the show. Let's do a quick Bible thump, guys. The rich young ruler. Let's talk about the rich young ruler. Quick Bible thump before the show ends, guys. I'm going to read from Matthew 19:16 through 22. This is the parable of the rich young ruler. Great parable. Also a good verse to use in a debate against the Trinity, which hopefully I'm trying to find anybody, a good formidable opponent who wants to debate the Trinity with me. I'm ready for that one. So I want to have another debate just like the one I did with Freddie over the Trinity. Just looking for new topics to do debates on and new opponents to take the challenge and step up. But that's the one I want to do next, is the Trinity one, unless something else comes up. But anyway, this is the rich young ruler parable, Matthew 19:16 through 22. And behold, one came and said unto him. So, and this is Jesus. Let's go back a little bit. 14, Jesus said, suffer little children and forbid them not to come unto me, for of such is the kingdom of heaven. And he laid his hand on them and departed thence. And behold, one person came to Jesus, and he said unto him, Good master, what good thing shall I do that I may have eternal life? And he said unto him, so this is Jesus talking, Why callest thou me good? There is none good but one, that is God. But if thou wilt enter into life, keep the commandments. So he said, why are you calling me good? Nobody's good but God, implying that he's not good and he's not God. Okay, so the guy says, Good master, what good thing shall I do that I may have eternal life? And he said unto him, Why callest thou me good? There is none good but one, that is God. But if thou wilt enter into life, keep the commandments. He saith unto him, which Jesus said, Thou shalt do no murder, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not bear false witness. Honor thy father and thy mother, and thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. The young man saith unto him, All these things have I kept from my youth up. What lack I yet? Jesus said unto him, If thou wilt be perfect, go and sell that thou hast, and give to the poor, and thou shalt have treasure in heaven, and come and follow me. So he told this rich young man, the young man said, all these things I've done from my youth up. What do I lack? I haven't murdered anybody. I honor my father and my mother. I love my neighbor and all that stuff. What do I lack that's going to keep me out of heaven? And he's rich. This young man is a rich young man. And Jesus said, if you will be perfect, sell all you have and give it to the poor, and thou shalt have treasure in heaven, and then come and follow me. When the young man heard that saying, he went away in sorrow, for he had great possessions. He had too much stuff. He left Jesus. Jesus said, okay, so you love your neighbor as yourself. You honor your mother and your father. You haven't murdered anybody. You haven't stolen anything. Generally, if you don't have any guilt in your heart and you've been doing all this, then you would know, oh, I'm going to heaven. I'm good. But the fact that he's asking Jesus this tells Jesus, oh no, there's something that he's putting too much weight on. There's something that he cares more about than following me. I bet I know what it is. I bet you it's his wealth and his possessions. Let's find out. And sure enough, Jesus tests him. He says, okay, well, if you're following all those commandments, now all you got to do is sell everything you have and come with me. And the guy said, wait, what? Sell everything I have and come with you? And Jesus like, yeah. And now I don't even think this is I don't even consider this an order. I don't think Jesus is saying, if you want to get to heaven, everybody in the world, if you want to get to heaven, you got to sell everything you have and give it to the poor, because then the whole world would be poor, which I guess would be true equality. I guess maybe that would be a utopia if everybody had nothing. Even the no elites, everybody has nothing. Then nobody's poor and everybody, I don't know. But I don't think this is like a commandment to the average person telling them, sell everything you have, give it to the poor, and follow me. I think what Jesus was doing was basically testing him, because Jesus was like, oh yeah, this guy values his possessions too much. Let's see how he reacts if I tell him, sell everything you have and come with me. And the dude cast down his eyes in sorrow and he walked away. And he said, no, I'm not doing that. I have a lot of stuff. I have a nice car. I have a nice house. I'm not giving up my stuff to follow you. Heck no. And that's it's kind of the point of the parable. It says in another part of the body, for a rich man to enter into the gates of heaven is like a camel to pass through the eye of a needle. And I don't think that's saying, it talks about how the love of money is the root of all evil. I don't think that's saying that if you find God, if you seek God first above all else, God will add blessings unto you. Sometimes that blessing could be in the form of a big family. Sometimes that blessing could be in the form of power in the government. Sometimes that blessing could be in the form of money and wealth and property. But if those are the blessings that God has put onto you because you're following him, then you deserve those things, right? You deserve those things. But if you get rich first and you love money and you chase after money and you desire more money and more possessions and more objects, and you get rich first and then you try to find God, it's going to be dang near impossible. It's going to be like a camel going through an eye of the needle, because you love your possessions too much. You love your riches too much. You love your wealth too much. And if Jesus came down and said, sell everything you have and walk with me, ain't no way you're going to do it if you're rich and if you're into money like that. So I don't think that being rich and having money is a sin, but loving money, putting it before your walk with Christ, is wrong. And it's not going to turn out well for you. He left in sorrow. Yep. Freddie with the nonsense. Freddie can't just listen to something and learn something. He just has to try to rebuttal with a bunch of dumb comments. Dumb. All right, now that's the end. We did our little Bible slumping for the week. Let's listen to this Bryson Gray song, Like Eminem diss track music video, as we say goodbye to everybody and roll out the show.
Super bigot.
Super bigot. Super bigot.
Come on. The world needs you. Come on, get up now.
All right, guys. Monday night, kicking the week off right. JS Urban Adventures, the Dreaded Conservative show. The world's a crazy place. I just report on it. Thanks for hanging out, guys. I will see you next week, 5 p.m. Pacific time, 8 p.m. Eastern time every week. Oh, I thought the beat was about to drop.
My songs get banned for offending the LGBT, but Eminem used to threaten him in his songs, and his music is still up. I got the answer.
Huh.
I have to make a song
True.
like Eminem. Here we go.
Stop. That's gay.
Stop. That's gay. He said, stop.
Why
That's
every
gay.
gay man are like stereotypical black women? Why every feminist grow up to be cat women? Why can't we force workout plans on fat women? I need to lose a few pounds too, but that's Eminem had a curse to sell records, but I don't. I mean, he sold a solo and whoa, but I won't. I keep getting banned for all these lyrics I wrote, which means they probably banned a Bible song, because that's what I quote. You think what I'm saying is very wild? Why people adopt kids just to be better and wonder why?
Oh, they had to edit it. They had to edit it. He said PDF files. They had to take it out for YouTube. It would have got, even Bryson still got to edit his music. But Eminem, to be fair, in the Marshall Mathers LP and also on the Eminem show, even on the unedited versions, there are some edited words when he says, I take 7 kids from Columbine, stand them all in line, add an AK-47, a revolver, a 9, a Mac-11 in it all to solve the problem of mine, and that's a whole school of bullies shot up all at one time. That whole section was edited out of that song. And you could only figure it out if you were a great lyricist mind like myself.
They said they coming for the kids, it's getting carried out. Bryson, are you homophobic? Yes, 97% on the homophobia test, but I was 3% off, so I wasn't impressed. All people, they should be under arrest. They say the song's so offensive, but only if you get offended. I can't offend you without your permission, and you don't even have to listen.
I like this.
They say the song's so offensive, but only if you get offended. I can't offend you without your permission, and you don't even have to listen.
Let's go. Oh, I thought it was about to drop.
Eminem threatened gay people in his songs. I'm not that bad. I just wanted to Iran or Baghdad. I mean, they want to leave anyway. Why are they that mad? I'm not mean. I just have questions I want to ask. Why are men paying no attention to be edgy? Back in high school, I would have gave them a wedgie. Trans people scream out, why won't society accept me? But they didn't accept themselves, or they ain't ready. They say, Bryson, are you homophobic? Yes. Well, are you transphobic too?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know who I value less. A harlots on this are showing their breasts. Being the president isn't a job for women. Calm down. Put on the dress, back to the kitchen. We used to shame the gender risk, but now it's different. We turn from God, now on TV, 2 men kissing.
Damn. Damn, Bryce. Is there one more verse in this? This is crazy. Later, Butch. Have a good night, everybody. Butch, number 1. Freddie, Real None Your Business. Everybody who was here earlier. D. Stephen Will. LJ, Trishila.
Oh no, he did not just say all that. Like, you are so homophobic.
Oh my God.
Disgusting. Like, I'm crying right now. Like, I think you're secretly gay. I think you need to take some anti-homophobic training because you are a threat.
And don't forget, switch to America.com for all of your household items. Body wash, lotion, toothpaste, and they got steak, boy. Stop giving your money to liberals. Switch to America.com.
All right, that was epic. John Wick 4 is coming out. That was epic. Guys, thanks for hanging out. It's been a good night. Good little small show. Everybody hit the like button on your way out. Thanks for hanging out, guys. We're losing viewers. We're losing likes. All the stuff every week. But I don't care. I'm still going to keep doing this. I don't even care. All right. So have a good night, everybody. God bless. Stay up. See ya.